item in the agenda is the workshop, Harnessing Generation AI, Crafting Innovative Products. We request Jeba to come onto the dais. Jeba is the Senior Director of Engineering in the Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. He has shipped multiple products in the past at other companies, including Microsoft, ADP, and at ServiceNow, primarily in the areas of databases and workflows, and for the past 10 years on different aspects of AI and ML, including Gen AI. Jeba has played a strong engineering roles, both in engineering development and in product management. We welcome you, Jeba. Ravindra is a senior staff ML engineer with Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. Over the past 18 years, Ravi has worked on the application of machine learning to areas such as API security, deception technologies, NLP algorithms, and video algorithms. Of late, he has been working with text-to-code models, model miniaturization techniques, and applications of sequential decision algorithms. We welcome you. Ravi also has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science for his thesis on text summarization. He's also a senior member of ACM and has 18 granted patents over 18 peer-reviewed research publications. That deserves a huge applause. Our next guest is Srikar Gulapalli. Srikar is a software engineer working in Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. During his tenure of 3 years, he has been actively involved in developing various software applications and machine learning-based products. Currently, Srikar is focused code explainability models and researching on various fine-tuning techniques to further improve the performance of these products.
So today's session, we're going to talk about how Gen AI can be applied. So let me just run you through a very quick agenda. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a privilege so that I can speak in front of everyone. This is something we've been working on. This is my team. We've been working on Gen AI for quite some time, since the day ChatGPT was launched, in a way. Like November 30th was the day, and then things changed in our company totally. So today, what we would do is it projected? Not yet, right? I'm not sure if the demos are going to be very visible. So I'm going to be doing a lot of use cases, running you through a bunch of different use cases, especially for PMs. So I know some people talked about, hey, you know what, are we force-fitting? I think we need to do a lot more research before you can think whether it can be force-fitted or not. But I do agree, there are some scenarios. People who don't understand enough of Gen AI, they think, oh, Gen AI will solve the problem, but it may not be a Gen AI problem. So these are my colleagues who are going to be speaking along with me. So today's agenda is, first is general introduction of Gen AI, and we'll spend around 30 minutes on the use cases with some prompts, right? So we'll go into maybe Azure OpenAI, and we'll talk about whether, some of the use cases, scenarios, and then we'll also talk about whether there is an inherent intelligence in GPT or not, or is it just a play of words? And then we're going to talk about some scenarios of what we've been working as a team, and then from ServiceNow, some of the things which have been shipped. So you will see things which are not shipped, which are in the pipeline. I don't think we can show it to you right now. The other thing is, how do you think of use cases, right? So for a PM, so we're going to talk about how to think about use cases. And when you think of a use case, when to use a prompt, when to use prompt engineering. And the other part is, how would you fine-tune a model, right? Or anyone in this room can open up your laptop if you connect to your thing. So that's your last part, right? So we're going to show you how to download a model and then how to do it from scratch. It's about 15-minute session, so anyone can do it. I'm not sure of the network. So the thought was that you will be able to open up your laptop, download a model, and then experiment with like a sentiment or ask a specific question. So that was the thought, but I don't think we have enough network to do it. But if you have a 5G network or a 4G network and you have a laptop, you can connect to it and then just go after us. And then you'd be able to run it on a CPU or a GPU on your machine. And then we'll leave out enough time for Q&A. So where is Gen AI right now, right? So if you see Gen AI, I know there is a lot of talk for the last 8 months, 10 months. You see that generative AI is right on top, right? Which means it is right on top of the hype curve. But right below it, like following the generative AI, you will see there is a casual AI, AI simulation, AI engineering, data-centric AI, a bunch of things which are following up and trying to climb the hype curve. So it'll take some more time for the generative AI to be mature enough and then fall down. So is it mature enough right now? I don't think the kind of questions which are asked, people will not be asking now. In a matter of 2-3 years, I think more people will be understanding the Gen AI a lot more as Gen AI matures. So, how many people have heard of this music LLM before? Okay, one person. So let's show a demo. It might be a little boring for you. So I'm going to play only one. So this is a generative AI where it can compose music, and I'm going to play only 2 of them. Right, and then it can do like a piano. Right, it can do a bunch of these things. So a lot of things it can do. You can go and play around with it once you have access to, maybe the Google LLM. So this is from Google, the music LLM. So you can play around with it. The other one is Google Bard. You must have seen it. So the point to be made is it is not just about text. Gen AI is for the images, the videos. You have speech. So I'll play a few things. So one is about this Adobe Firefly. I don't know if you have seen this particular part, where you can actually give a text, and you would be able to generate different images out of it. So get started. I have to sign in, looks like. Right, so here you could go in and type in, like, try prompt. So wherever it says try prompt, you can click on it. Okay, so you can actually say, cotton overgrown with trees drinking beer, right? Like just weird stuff. And you can adjust some of these portraits, graphic. You can say, some movement, vaporware. And so I'm just showing you examples of what other companies have done with Gen AI, especially in different modes or models, what you call it. So it's generating, and you will see, right? So you have a froth somewhere, some beer, but you can actually play around with it. It actually creates something really, really cool stuff. Just for making, you can do color and tone, you can do composition, a bunch of different things together. Then the other part is around speech. You can do video editing, that you can actually go ahead and do it on your own. And I'm going to play this one. I'll play and let this be there, and I want you to guess who the personality is. Yeah?
And have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
Anyone? Okay, perfect. I'm going to play one more.
With Play.ht, you can clone your own voice and have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
You got it? Yeah. Yeah. So it can actually create people, right? Like, so in the future, you'll be able to give your voice signature and then have generative AI speak in its own voice or in your own voice, so that it can answer emails or answer phone calls. So let me go back to this. Do we have time, or we have to close around 4? 4:15. 4:15? Okay. Oh, 4:15. No, don't worry. So in general, right, LLMs are good at so many different things, right? So if you see, these are all the text-related stuff on the left-hand side, or on the right-hand side are different modalities which it can handle. So it can handle things like summarization. I'm not going to show you anything. It can generate content. I'm not going to show any of that, because most of the people know already, and I'm not going to spend time on things you already know. So things like natural language understanding, agent-like conversation, translation, right? I might show a little bit of translation, but with a little bit of a twist in it. It can do a bunch of other stuff. I don't want to read through it, but the most interesting ones are the ones which you saw on the right-hand side, right? The video, the speech, and images. Let me see. Okay, so how many people have actually played around with the generative AI, the ChatGPT? Most of you, right? Most of you? Okay. So you know how it works. I'm just going to give you a very quick introduction and then tell you what are the places where it doesn't work and then how to go fix it, and that's what our friend Ravindra will cover. Before I get into the thing, just because I don't want to change screens. So if you look at use the word Barack, don't press enter and you ask it to generate, it's going to generate something like this, right? Ravindra, please add anything. So it actually finished that word called Bharat, and then it assumed Barakat, right? Because in its own thing, it has got a token called Bharat, and then it's something with the at. So that's what it assumed it to be, which is the most frequently occurring word. Now the next one, you use the word Bharat and press enter this time, and then ask it to generate text. It generates an entirely different one, right? So the only difference was in the previous one, you did not press enter, right? No space. But then here there was a /n, and then the entire meaning changed. Because there it was trying to complete. It found the first token Bharat, and then it added a 80, right? So here it just started generating with the /n, and it knows that Bharat is a full word. And same thing with the uppercase B. Entire meaning changes, and then it starts producing something entirely different. And here, so there is a hyphen, and then it changed the entire meaning of it. So if you see, just with little bit of a change of what you could do with lowercase, just with a /n, without a /n, what it produces changes entirely, right? And just because of the understanding of the tokens it has. Now we're going to go through and then see some of these things as to how it works, just to give you an intuitive feel for how it is picking up and how can you produce multiple scenarios after it has completed the sentence. We'll show a demo. So what happens here is I'm going to change something called a full spectrum, and let's try something called product leadership forum, yeah? And then I press enter. So if you see, it says the leadership forum is the leading forum, right? And it gave you some color coding. So the reason for this color coding is that if you click on this, it's actually picked up the highly probable ones. So after the leadership, right, if you look at the probability distribution of the next word, it was forum, product, etc., right? But then it picked up the 99.56%, which is the highest, and therefore you get a green in color. If you click here, it picked up 0.16, right? And that's why it is red in color. However, I could actually go here and then say forum was the highest one, right? Like if you see this is the forum, I could say, hey, what would it have produced if I had a word called forum here, and then say submit? So it'll automatically change the word, right? So there are infinite number of possibilities from each place. So it actually predicts the next word, right? So from here, it predicted held, but then it could have predicted for, it could have predicted designed, right? But it picked up the held at that point in time. Now, if you look at all the possible combinations of all the possible words which could be generated at each point, you will get an infinite number of possibilities which it could generate, right? So that's the beauty of generative AI, but it is also the flip side of generative AI because it is not deterministic. Now, you could also play around with it to say, I want a better deterministic solution. Then you can actually go and change the temperature to 0, and it will pretty much generate exactly the same text every time. So if you want this, you see this? Most of it is greenish in color. There was no red because it was trying to pick up the highest probability word at every point. Now, let's go back to this. Let's do some fun stuff, yeah? So let me do, for example, a poem completion, right? So complete the poem, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Now, if you click on it, it just pretty much gave you the poem, which it already knew from its knowledge. Now, we could also do something to the effect of, right? Write the poem in the style of Eminem rapper, right? So if you see, it started writing its own poem in the style of Eminem, right? So that's the beauty here of what it could do. But I also wanted to show you before I get there, since we are at poems, so it'll and it actually mixed whatever was from its knowledge. So if you see, there was a twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. It actually inserted the word for the next paragraph. It started, developing its own. And that hallucination is a boon as well as a curse, because you would see that it is useful in certain places where you can generate content, you can be more, creative about this thing, but it is also not a good thing in certain places. Because I've given the maximum length, it is actually going on. Let me reduce the length to something else. Now, increase this to this. But before here, I wanted to show you something else before I jump in. So I said, hey, you are a songwriter in Telugu. That's the persona I'm giving. And then you can write songs given on a topic given by a user. And I said, can you write a song about Telangana and its food? So it wrote something here. But in between, it understood from its language that it has to write chorus and a verse. So it introduced all that stuff. And then I said, hey, can you translate it into Spanish for me? Okay, so it translated the entire thing into Spanish. And it is a pretty good translation, right? Like if you look at this, it's a pretty good translation word by word. Then in the end, I changed my mind and I said, hey, sorry, I meant English, right? So which means it translated everything in English, right? So you can actually ask for something. So it solves a lot of problem in an enterprise, especially if you're a multi-location enterprise. So you can ask a question in something and it'll answer you in a different language. And I think our friend Shrikar is going to show you a quick demo of that, of what we have done in ServiceNow. Okay, so now we are getting into a new thing here. Okay, I'm going to go from here. So the size changed, so I'm not able to see everything on the screen. That's fine. So let me show you. So this is the same Telangana stuff, right? Where this is another time I tried it. Then let me go to completions. So a lot of people asked, right? We're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So it can understand patterns, right? So this is what I want to do. I want to go one step at a time on what GenAI could do, right? So first we saw completions. It was able to come out with its own content. It can create KB articles, it can create poems, it can create marketing content, etc. You can extrapolate from there. So the next thing I'm going to show you is the pattern recognition, right? So if I say India is New Delhi, and then what is USA? Sometimes it could hallucinate. It gave the right answer, right? So you could actually say, you can do a complex pattern. For example, you could do something like this, right? Where I'm asking a capital and the population and say, for this country, tell me what the answer is. Now it's going to say USA, and it hallucinated, right? So it said it's New York. But if you keep asking, it will sometimes come up with the right answer. So this is the flip side I want to show you, that it is possible that it hallucinates at some point, and you may not know what is the right answer. So if it gives you an answer, it may not always be the right answer. But let's say if I did this and then say something to this effect, okay, again hallucinated. So you can never be sure, even with the temperature, right, that you will get the right answer to that question. Okay, so that is done. Now let's go back to general knowledge. Yeah? So here I said, hey, who was the first Prime Minister of India? And you give it, and then says, oh, Jawaharlal Nehru was the first Prime Minister, which is the right answer. Now I can go in and say, what is the capital of Spain? Things like this. So you don't know whether it is hallucinating or not, but I'm taking it for face value right now. Now we're going to do something different, which is who was the first Prime Minister of India who was a pilot, an author, a lawyer, and is a living person now? right? So we are trying to inject some things into the prompt itself so that we, disturb its activation layer when the input goes in, and it's going to come back and say the first Prime Minister was Narendra Modi, who was a pilot, who was an author, who was a lawyer, and is a living person. Right? So, so what happens is you've tried injecting certain things in the prompt to make it think in a certain way, right? In fact, the probability starts coming from here, right? It starts building. He can explain it a lot better. The first Prime Minister of India, so your probability distribution starts from there, and then all of a sudden it starts losing the attention for a pilot, the author, a lawyer, etc. So a lot more attention is given to what it saw first. So even in your prompts, if you want to do certain things, make sure that you put some of the strongest words in the front. He will talk about some of those prompt engineering techniques when we get to his session. Then I don't want to do some of these things, summarization. Now, another example of hallucination, right? I'm trying to force fit something, saying, hey, tell me more about Oracle DB by Microsoft. If you don't know the answer, say, I do not know, right? So in this case, it might actually say, I do not know. Okay, because it knows that Oracle DB and the Microsoft, the distributions don't match, and therefore it has to say, I don't know. Now, let us take this out. What happened? So let us remove this, and we'll force fit it by not giving this, and then say, hey, tell me about Oracle DB by Microsoft, and it will conveniently say Oracle DB is by Microsoft, and it'll start, hallucinating on things. So let's go back to something else. Any interesting ones I have here? Okay, so this is like a classic example where can it actually detect some form of a sentiment, right? Like backstabbed is a sentiment. No journalist will write something called a backstab. So let's see what this actually does, right? It understands synonyms. So if you see, it will talk about OpenAI, what OpenAI has done to Microsoft, and it has automatically explained a bunch of different things over here. And these are the places where it thinks it could have backstabbed Microsoft. Interesting tool, but you have to play with it with care. I don't want to run through this. Okay, so this is another interesting one, which might be useful for a lot of your corporates. So if you want to produce a summary, for example, this is a system message. So you're an expert in creating surveys, and right, I'm giving it. So this is almost like the chain of thought, right? You're saying step 1, do this, step 2, do this, step 3, do this. Then I come here. What happened here? Okay, let me clear chat using a previous one. Now you're saying I'm a customer service agent for exhaust fans, and I need to send out feedback from the customer about the lost call and the service provided. Could you generate a survey for me? Okay, so sorry, my screen is changed after we projected it, so I have to play around with it. It's in big fonts. So this is like identify step 1, identify the purpose of the survey, and it has asked survey questions, right? So how would you rate the overall experience? Was your issue resolved? How long did it take for the customer? So it can pretty much write certain things for you automatically if you can give the right prompt at any time. So are we force fitting this? I don't think so. It is very good at text, and if you play with text, you have to play with the right LLM, with the right prompt for the right thing it was meant to do. Otherwise, you're going to be force fitting things. Okay, so should we try and do a long document Q&A? Let me try. So this is nothing but I have a 70-page document, right? And you ask a question, and it actually finds the perfect answer, right? And you cannot do it with anything else. You have to use GPT-4. If you try it on GPT 3.5, it'll fail because it's got a 4,000 token size limit. So I'm not going to demo that for you in the interest of time. You can also create tutorials, right? So you say, create a GenAI tutorial for me. It'll create a GenAI tutorial for you. Now I'm going to show you something around mathematics. So how many people have done like function inverse, function composition, etc., right? So I'm going to take this function. So given a function f of x equals blah, find g of f of x, and then f of g of x, right? Let me go back to completions. I think that would be better. I can see everything together. right? So it gave you the right answer. You can calculate it, it's pretty much right. Yeah. So now you can actually, so people actually say, oh, it is text. Gen AI cannot do mathematics. My point is that yes, it can. If it knows, if it has in its knowledge, it can. So even here, it produced the right thing, right? So it's very simple functions, x squared and 1 minus x squared. It did f of g of x and then g of f of x. Let me go in and ask it to do a, so something which is not, Collat's conjecture. So basically in the infinite series of numbers, you take any number, and then if it is even, you divide by 2. If it is odd, you do a 3n plus 1, and at the end of it, it converges to 1, right? But at this point in time, there is no proof which exists for this, but we know that it always converges. People have proved it for n number of numbers, but we don't know the proof for it. So here what we're saying is, hey, prove this Collat's conjecture, right? So we're trying to create new knowledge which doesn't exist, right? So in this case, it will actually fail. It is an unsolved mathematical problem, right? I basically tell you the same thing. Unfortunately, it is impossible to prove, but no one has proved it yet, not even humans. But humans have proved it, and then if it had some knowledge, it can actually do it. But it can write the proof for something which already we know of, right? For example, hey, prove there is an infinite number of primes in the world, and it can automatically calculate because it has it in its knowledge. Then let me show you some things on the songwriter we have seen. Okay, so a lot of people say, oh, it's bad at mathematics. So I'm going to show you some computer science problem. It's a graph problem. You must have heard of the shortest path algorithms, right? So we're going to take a shortest path algorithm, encode it in such a way that the OpenAI understands and gives you the right answer, right? And to make sure that it is not actually saying it from its own knowledge, we're going to twist the facts a little bit. So we're going to go different set of facts. Let me show you here. So here, we are saying that, hey, Mumbai to Bangalore, so all these are different nodes, which is Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata. Then we are defining the edges, like what we do in computer science. Mumbai to Bengaluru is 562 kilometers, which is not true, wrong facts. Then we give a bunch of different cities, and then the distance between those cities. It's like a classic shortest path computer science problem. It's called Dijkstra's algorithm. Now, in the end, users will ask you questions, and now here we say, hey, give me all possible routes from Mumbai to Delhi with the total distance, and what is the shortest route, okay? Let it calculate. So we gave really wrong answers so that it doesn't pick up from its knowledge, right? So we are overriding it. Sorry, I think it understood, it is still doing the survey part, so we haven't saved the changes. So give me a minute, we will redo it. Okay. Okay, now we're going to run this. Where is the session? So it did the algorithm and then said 1849. It gave multiple routes and then said the shortest one is 1849 kilometers, which is absolutely right. I'm going to show two more, and then we will hand it over to this one. Okay. So we'll go here. Sorry, this is a little painful to okay. So we'll do, we did math, we did computer science, we'll do an intelligence part, right? So what we're trying to prove here is that, let me go back to completions, slightly easier, I guess. So we're going to test out its intelligence, yeah? And this is GPT-3 and not GPT-4. We'll go here, and then in the intelligence, we're going to say, hey, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? Here it is positive, here it is negative, and then you say, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? It's intelligent, it has to find the sentiment from this and then set positive. Now, what if we actually reversed it, right? So we gave this as negative and this is positive. What does it do? Right? So if you say generate, it still says positive, right? It didn't make a mistake. Now we're going to do something different. So we're going to call this AAA, right? And then we're going to call this BBB, and then maybe remove these guys. Okay? And then say, hey, oh, sorry, I should have removed this. And then say, give me the sentiment. So it still gave positive, okay? Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to say, call this as class, call this as class, and okay, now it gave out CCC. But then it actually thought it was the sequence, right? So it thought it was a sequence. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do a different thing, which is take this out and go back in, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to run it very fast. Okay, so here, I'm doing the same thing, but then I played around with the last part a little bit, and now it gave AAA, okay? It's just to do with the way I wrote the prompt here, right, this last sentence. So this made the entire difference. So how you write the prompt is going to be super important, right? And that's what Ravindra will cover. But last one, because you're all product managers, I'm going to do a slightly different one. It might take a little bit time because this has changed the entire resolution of the screen. I'm so sorry, this is like very weird. Okay, since you're all product managers, I'm going to show you how a product manager is going to do certain things. So you're an awesome product manager who has shipped multiple successful products. Okay, now what we're going to do is here, let's clear the chat, and this is going to be very useful for you as product managers. So you can say, can you write a few epics to create a second-hand car application? So for people who are from ADP, and this is one of my favorite questions, interview questions, where users can upload pictures of what they want to sell, and buyers can choose and interact. And let's use GPT 3.4, and let's play. Oh, it didn't change this for some reason. Sorry, it's something else is happening. It's not saving it over, yeah. I want to show you, you as product managers, how easy is it going to change your job. So let me just say, it is still doing that. Let it complete, and then I'll show you. Okay, so you're going to write epics for a second-hand car application. So the persona it's playing is an awesome product manager. So if you see, it has wrote down all the epics. Epic 1. It also wrote the sign up, login, forgot password, everything for user authentication, and this account manager. Then the story 2.1 is the second one is car listing management. Okay. And then it started create car listing, delete car listing, view car listing, car browsing, etc., and then it wrote everything. Okay, now I can say, can you write, so though it gave me, okay, so can you write stories, more few stories in detail, yeah, for the first epic. So if you see, it's going to write, the user authentication was the first one, right? So it started writing sign up, and then it started writing an acceptance criteria, right? So you as product managers, if you have something in mind, you can pretty much write it. It's a login for the second story, the acceptance criteria, and So I hope everyone is a product manager here, right? Yes? Okay. Now you can also do a bunch of different things, like forgot password, etc., etc. You can ask it to write the acceptance criteria for the first story in detail. Okay, for the first, no, it didn't pick up the right one. Okay. Okay, so for the first sign up, it wrote. It actually wrote all the acceptance criteria, required fields, password confirmation, validation, everything. Okay. Now, in the next one, I don't want to show you, but I can actually show you prompts for architects, QE, dev, everything. So he will show you for a dev at some point, and then walk you through some of the things we have done. So what I'm going to do is now hand over to. So you saw some of the use cases with prompt. We also saw, was it intelligent? I will leave it to you to figure it out, because I showed you where it went wrong and then where it was super intelligent. It all was depending on the prompt. It is totally up to you to decide. So at ServiceNow, we have done certain things, build our own LLM. Sometimes we use OpenAI, but mostly we're trying to build our own LLMs. And we, our thing is slightly different, right? It's basically for a workflow. It's a service management company. We handle service management for IT, HR, CSM, etc. So we handle how LLMs can increase the productivity of an end user, increase the productivity of an agent or a worker, and for the BU developers, right? So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to invite Shrikar to actually give you a very quick demo of what ServiceNow has shipped so far in these areas, right? How do you increase productivity of people?
Yeah, so while Shrikar is setting up his laptop for the demos, I have a bunch of questions for you. You can answer by a raise of hands. So how many of you are working as product managers for enterprise software companies? Okay, and the rest of you are working as product managers for end customers, or what would you classify yourself as? You can speak up. Entrepreneur? Okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking these questions is, I want to get back to what Jeba showed at the beginning, right? So he showed the word Barak and how it completed. So one of the key aspects of these large language models is the notion of probability, right? So anything which is probabilistic is non-deterministic. So a lot of our enterprise software, at least the legacy software, are built around the notion of being deterministic. So if I go to, let's say, the search page and I ask for something, I expect that same document to come back to me every time I search for those words, right? Imagine a language model which will give you completely different answers every time you go and search. So what happens to the end user experience? So that's one of the key aspects that one needs to consider when you're using generative AI in your product definitions. So the second question, So the second question which I have is, how many of you are under pressure to use generative AI in your product roadmap? Raise of hands.
So management actually tells you to use generative AI.
Okay, So how confident are you? Like, are you really confident that generative AI will, you will be able to roll out a successful generative AI problem statement for your customers at scale? Or do you think, there are some things that you need to do and you push back on the engineering to figure those things out? Are you scared? Are you uncertain how these problem statements pan out in the real world? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Yeah, so this is one of the key aspects from a product design and management point of view, to understand what these algorithms do behind the scenes. You don't need to code. You can let the engineering teams figure those things out. But while you sign up to roll out some of these features, probably you should pay attention to the notion of probability, the uncertainty which is out there, and how you can kind of find alternatives to solve some of these problems, right? Sometimes we use the term guardrails. So guardrails are basically a fancy way to say that you're going to force the output of these algorithms into a particular fashion so that it at least looks realistic to customers or deterministic, right? So Shrikar is going to show you a couple of use cases that we will be rolling out to customers in a big way. So they're already controlled go-to-market use cases. There's a lot of engineering which has gone behind the scenes in order to make these happen. And once he's done, I'll go into a little bit of theoretical aspects around prompts and maybe show you a very simple Python notebook to introduce you to what the developers feel or what the developers do when you ask them to solve some of these generative AI problems. Okay, Shrikar.
Yeah, thanks, Ravindra. So, yeah, we'll take a look at how ServiceNow has approached and the kind of problems ServiceNow has solved. So the area we will focus on today is incident management. So let's say Alex is an IT agent. Now he starts by looking at what are the incidents that are assigned to him. Now what is an incident? It's in PM's language, it's a ticket. So it's something we raise. Let's say my laptop is not working. I raise a ticket to my IT team. But what happens behind the scenes? So that is what ServiceNow solves. That is IT service management which we ship. So let's say the first, I have a bunch of incidents assigned to me, I'll open an incident. Now, so this incident was, somebody else was working on this, Alan was working on this. It was assigned to me right now, to Alex Ray, and I have no details about what happened on this incident. Ideally, the flow is I'll have to go through pages and pages of the activity that happened on the incident. But is it more productive? No. That's where ServiceNow shipped a summarize capability, which is totally powered by GenAI. So Alex can click on summarize to get a holistic view of what happened on this incident. So this incident, I'll just read it out. So it's an issue with MacBook, it's frozen, cursor doesn't move. And Alan has suggested something, and now Alex wants to know what happened with this. So let's look at the summary. The summary is the user reported that their MacBook is frozen, accurate. And the actions taken were, we asked the customer to force quit all the applications and ask the customer to restart their Mac. And the incident is still open, which means both of these steps didn't solve the incident yet. Now what can Alex do now? He can take a look at some of the resolved incidents that were very similar to this particular incident. So let's look at one of them. Even these are recommendations which are powered by, again, not powered by GenAI, but something out of the box shipped by ServiceNow. So let's take a look at a resolved incident that is already, So somebody else has worked on it, very similar. MacBook is frozen, cursor moves, but the applications don't respond. Now again, I want to look at what happened in this incident and how did they resolve. So I can again click on summarize. So now we see that, again, it's MacBook is frozen, but the actions taken were the PRAM has been reset. So this could be one of the resolution steps which I could propose for my actual incident. So I could just simply copy paste from here and modify some of this, of course, but suggest this as a resolution to the customer. Yeah, so I'll just perform a PRAM, post comments, and hopefully this will help the customer with their issue. Now, Alex, so this is one part where we have shipped a generative AI solution, and it's all the LLM which we're using behind the scenes is a Now LLM, which is powered by Now Assist, everything created in-house by ServiceNow. So it's not an external Azure OpenAI or OpenAI. It's a LLM built by ServiceNow for summarization. Now, Alex looks at the different incidents that are assigned to him today, and he realizes that there are a lot of issues that are related to Mac Frozen. And he finds it fit to create a knowledge article so that it helps other agents to figure out how to solve this particular issue. So what can Alex do now? He can simply open knowledge articles and just add we have a option to generate a KB article. So I'll just, let's say, steps to resolve Mac freezing issue. And headings are, so the headings will be the subheadings which you'll see. So I want to suggest force quitting the applications and PRAM reset. And let's say disk utility to check if there's any hardware issues. And let's generate the KB. Now what is happening behind the scenes now is we are invoking Azure OpenAI, the completions API, to generate a KB article for us from its knowledge to on the topic, how do I resolve Mac freezing issue with these headings. Yeah. So if you look at the content, we have steps to resolve Mac freezing issue, steps to how do I force quit applications, how do I PRAM reset, and how do we ensure there's no issue in the hard disk, which is by launching disk utility. So I'm good with this KB article. I can just click on save, and that is done. So with a click of button, we were able to generate content, and this will help agents improve productivity because now there's a knowledge base. People can go and look at how do I resolve an incident. But is that all? No. How will this help customers? So let's say I'm Charlie. I'm a customer, and my Mac is not working. So I have a virtual agent for me. Let me type in my request. I say my Mac is freezing. Now what is happening behind the scenes is, again, ServiceNow has shipped a capability where we search through the entire knowledge base. For a given query, we try to extract relevant knowledge articles and then pinpoint to the exact answer for this given query. So yeah, so if you see it was able to pick up the article which we just created, which is, I'll just open this. So you have to force quit, you have to PRAM reset, and you have a disk utility, and all of this, we have steps for all of this. Now, user can try some of this, and this will help us deflect incidents. Maybe this will just help the customer, and there are no more incidents. So incident deflection happens here. Now, is this just for incidents? No. So customers could also search for policies. For example, there's HR policy about my sick leaves. So I want to know how many sick leaves am I entitled to in a year. I can just ask my virtual agent. It takes time. Yeah. So if you see, it clearly says, based on a given KB article, you are entitled to 10 days of paid sick leave. But if you look at the actual KB article, it's actually a leave policy for the company containing sick leaves, paternal leaves, and all of them. But it was able to pinpoint and extract just the information about sick leave. So this is the article it extracted from. It has even the process of how do I request for leave, but it was able to extract the information I want and show it, display it to the customer. So again, this is another way where we could deflect tickets. We don't even need tickets anymore. If we have our knowledge base sorted, customers will get answers via VA.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I did not show the 70-page document and then extracting answers from it, because it was the same scenario.
Now this will also help agents. So let's say an agent doesn't know how to reset PRAM. So the search experience is present across. So he could just search for PRAM reset. And the same experience, it will just go to find a relevant KB article, fetch relevant answers and surface it to the user. Okay. Yeah, it was able to pick the article, but I got it wrong. That's fine. But yeah, this is one of the experience we shipped, and this will also help agents to extract pinpointed answers. Now, so these are the 3 experiences. Moving on to the last experience for the developer. So let's say there is Fanny. Fanny is a French agent, and she has a bunch of incidents open. She opens one of the incident and tries to look at the details. Now, they're all in English, and she doesn't understand English. So ServiceNow has already shipped a capability where you could very well translate, and it would give you a French translation. And I could work on this incident. This is workable. But all my incidents are in French, and I don't want to every time go and click the translate button to show a French translation. So I request my administrator to write a script to just give me give me an info message of what is the description in French. Now the admin understands. All we have to do is write a simple business rule. So in ServiceNow, business rule is nothing but a script which triggers on a given condition and then executes a script. So in this case, what we want to do is whenever an incident is shown, we want to translate the description of it and surface it in French. Very simple. So we want to run it on display, and this is actually a scripting box. But all we could also do so I wrote a simple prompt saying check if dynamic translation plugin is installed. So this plugin is responsible for translation, and if it is installed, translate the description to the user preferred language and show it as an info message. Let's do a command enter. Now behind the scenes again, ServiceNow has an in-house code assist, which is a Now LLM again, which generates code for a given prompt. So I don't even have to code anymore. I give a prompt, I get the code for it, very accurate. So all I have to do is save this. I didn't read the code, sorry. But let's see. And let's open the incident again. So this time I see an info message with the description coming up in French, and Fanny can understand this.
Yeah, so there was no coding done by him per se, right? Everything was done by the system. So he said, this is what I want, and it wrote a code without any mistakes, and it was just running just like that.
Yeah, I think, these are the 3 personas we try to cover for. One is Alex, who is an agent, and then we have Charlie, who's a customer who is requesting something, and then we have an administrator who can write code even without writing code. Yeah.
So if on this one? Okay, yeah. The thing is, we might be running out of time. I don't know how long. Okay, sure, okay.
We'll take 2-3 questions, max based on the time.
So firstly, thank you for the demo. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Many congratulations on that. My question is, you showed that you're able to generate a dynamic article from a chat interaction. My question to you is, would it be possible for you to use that for training of the LLM and be able to answer in details from that knowledge article as well? So dynamic training of your model from the data generated by your customer.
So right now, it's not with training, right? So the way it works in ServiceNow is you have a lot of documents,
right.
And then I think you're asking a slightly deeper question, so I'm going to give you a deeper answer. So we didn't train that, right? Like you can have as many documents as you want, and then we have a background process which reads these documents and creates an inverted index.
So
and when
something
the VA
like
comes in,
okay.
So when the virtual agent comes in, you give the word, and sometimes it uses NLU to actually go fetch the right KB article, and then says that that's the right KB article to be answered from. Then from that KB article, for that query, it goes and finds out the right answer.
Okay, so you do a TF-IDF match and then do?
Not TF-IDF, it's slightly different,
right.
but
yeah. Thank you.
We'll take the remaining questions after that.
So should I go back to this one? 2 minutes and then I'll be done. Okay, so all of you are PMs, and I know this came up when people were discussing how do I think about Gen AI use cases. A lot of things to be taken into account. The first thing, I'm going to keep it very short so that he has time to present. First thing is about whether customer data can be sent to a third party, right? If customer data can be sent to a third party, then you should actually do prompt engineering. You can use it OpenAI, Azure OpenAI. Second is, are you trying to send data out, or are you trying to receive data from there, right? Are you trying to generate content? If you're trying to generate content, then you can pretty much use Azure OpenAI for it. But then that's when you would need prompt engineering, which is what Ravindra will cover in detail as to how to think of your own set of prompts and prompt engineering, what are the tips and tricks, and what you should and should not do. The second part is what we are doing, right? Like fine-tuning our own LLM, building our own LLM, and which is where we think the first question is like what they said, right? The value, right? Which is ROI. If you have ROI, think of, oh, I don't want to send the data out, but then do I have labelers? Can I create my own data? Can it run on CPUs? Do I have enough money to buy GPUs? Because some of these things, you saw how long it took, right? It's not like a 2-second return time. It sometimes takes 30 seconds. Sometimes when it writes code, it keeps thinking of every line of code, right? Like in this case, it just came out very fast because it was all generated and then just threw right on your face. Then we need to find out how to scale, right? Even on GPUs, there are lots of things, like you have multiple layers, how many requests you can do, a lot of things to think about. So it needs a lot of investment, money, which you need to go through. And even here, you need to do prompt engineering. But on the other side is domain-specific models. I don't want to take any open source model, but I want to pre-train from scratch. That's when you go on the last side. The last side is something we will not cover right now, but we will cover the prompt engineering and the model fine-tuning by Ravindra, and then he will walk you through. So if you have a laptop at the end of it, and then connect your 5G, you would be able to build your own LLM sitting right here in 5 minutes, okay?
No, I'll do. Okay. Thanks, Deva, and thanks, Shrika, for all the demos. So what I will do in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to squeeze my presentation a little bit for want of time, is I'll talk a little bit about prompting. It's a little bit of theoretical subject. It's actually a very complex subject, but I'll try to keep it at a very high level. And what I would like to do is draw your attention to the influence of how you instruct the language models and the behavioral language models based on how you instruct them. And that's very important because we saw already that these are stochastic in nature and they're going to produce non-deterministic results. Okay, so those of you who have been working or dealing with machine learning know this, this evolution of machine learning algorithms, right? So initially we had this concept of supervised learning. So we would take data, then there would be labelers who would give you the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and then you would train a machine learning model. Basically, it is more of a fit. Given X and Y, try to find the relationship or equation that matches, which generates Y from X. So then what happened was we started going into something called as masked language models. So the moment we went into masked language models, what we would do is we would kind of mask certain portions of the language. That mask means imagine you drop a particular word or a phrase from a sentence and let the language model figure out what that missing word is. So that is how these language models begin to learn. And then once you do that, you basically teach them language. That's how you teach them language. That's how children learn language. So they will use one word, they will use another word, and they'll try to fill in the middle word based on patterns that they're seeing. So similar ideas were used to create these language models. And then you would have to do supervised training on them. The reason why you had to do supervised training is it learns the language, but it doesn't learn the task. So it's that for the reason of the task, you would want to do supervised learning over it. Then came the final stage, that's the state of the art, that's where we are as of today. It is called as instruction fine-tuning. So you instruct the language model to produce a very specific type of output. So Jeva showed you so many different examples, right? How is it that a single language model is able to produce so many different outputs based on the instruction. So there is a very well-defined way to train these language models based on instructions, and that's called instruction fine-tuning. And then over and above the instruction fine-tuning, you give the instruction. That's what is called as prompting. Now, so I'll skip this. Jeba talked about it. So let's look at the anatomy of a prompt. So I've taken, there are lots of complex prompts. The most complex prompts are called as the chain of thought prompts, where the language model tells you how it is arriving at a particular output. It feels like it's thinking. In reality, it's very dumb. The language models are really dumb. They don't have any intelligence in them. It's just a bunch of matrix multiplications which are taking place, right? But the prompts are playing around with the probability distributions. They're forcing the language model to produce output in a particular way. But in order to do that, you have to follow certain templates. So one of the simplest template is highlighted here. You'll have a role play. For example, it sets the tone of the response. You would have seen examples like, think that you're a 6-year-old and write this article, right? So that is the role play. Then you have an instruction, like where you say, answer this question. So there's an instruction. If you don't give the instruction, then it's going to go all over the place. You saw that with the example of Barack. Simple hyphens, slash ns, it gives different outputs. And then you have something called as a context, where you tell the language model to produce output from a very specific context. So here is one example. Assume you are a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101, and then you have that greater than sign. Summarize the below paragraph and print on terminal. So I have given a paragraph. So this paragraph, which is given here, called as context. What we are telling the language model is, you don't bring things out of your memory. Don't bring things out of what you have learned. Use this very specific paragraph, and based on this paragraph, produce an output. And the way you do that is by giving this instruction at the top. So you have a role play, you have an instruction, and then you end up getting the response. So if you see here, it has actually used this max 101 greater than, like typically the way we find it in our terminals. So it has used that output, and it has gone and generated a summary out of the big block of text which is out here. Now you can extend the prompts. You can give a format specifier. So you can say, hey, you print it in a JSON form. Now these are very important for us because a lot of enterprise data is stored in databases. So we pull data from databases, then we process and then push it back into databases. So we want the inputs to be read in a particular format and the outputs to be generated in a particular format so that we can again write it back into databases. So the format specifier is very useful. Then you have an audience specifier. Usually we don't use this in the enterprise. It's more like, it's fun, but it's very difficult to create these audience specifiers. Again, write it for a 6-year-old is like an audience specifier. And then we have scopes. So scope is where we set an expectation of the content or the response. We say that, hey, write a summary in 3 lines. So that is the scope. And sorry, that's the constraint. So where you say that, hey, make it smaller, right? The scope will be like, it should be the main emphasis or on a mandatory configuration steps. Let's say, for example, you have an example like this, right? The main emphasis should be on mandatory configuration steps. So we have, Shrikar showed this demo of summarization, right? So in the summarization demo, what he showed was he showed very specific items that were summarized. So a summary can be like hundreds of lines, but we want very specific pieces to be included in the summary, right? So how do you tell the language model to do that? So that's also part of the prompt. So here is a slightly extended version of the prompt. Assume you're a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101. Summarize the below paragraph in 10 words. So 10 is the constraint there. And print on terminal as a JSON. So that is the format specifier. So what I will do is I will take a bunch of use cases and I will show you how we can leverage or realize these use cases using prompting, okay? So here are the use cases. So given an incident from an incident table, extract, that is summarize, the key issues of an incident as a bulleted list. So we want it as a bulleted list. The data is coming from an incidents table, which is like a table in nature. So that's one use case. So how do you make the language model respond to this? So redact sensitive information. It's not a great use case for language models, especially the models which are hosted outside. You don't want to send your sensitive data there and ask the models to redact the sensitive information. But in case you have your own deployments, this could be one of the use cases. So given an incident from incident table, generate an overview as a text paragraph. And then you can summarize an incident with a predetermined list. So let me just walk you through these examples. Okay, so here is the task. Given an incident from the incident table, extract the key issues of an incident as bulleted list. And why do you want to do that? We want to present the key issues for quick eyeballing in the UI. So suppose, imagine you have a UI and there is a small box there and somebody hovers on it. You just want a pop-up there to give a bulleted list of what is important about that incident, right? So that's the use case you want to populate here. So we'll prompt the LLM with this. We can say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list. And then we say paragraph colon, and then give the paragraph. So these words, paragraph, bulleted list, these are very key within the language model. If you give those words correctly, that's where your data scientists and prompt engineers will be playing around. If you give the right word, you can elicit the right response from the language model. And on the right-hand side, you see the response, you see the bulleted list out there. Now let's extend this. We want to redact sensitive information. So when you give the bulleted list out there, we don't know who all are viewing it. Maybe there are access controls over it. So you want to redact the sensitive information. So we just extend the prompt. We say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list, redact PII information. Now see what has happened on the right-hand side. So if you see, the mobile number was redacted, but a particular name has been there as is. You can see JSON B there, so the name is still out there. Now how do you counter this, or how do you make your prompt different so that it responds to you? So we'll just extend the prompt. Please remove any PI information from the paragraph and summarize the main issues as bulleted list. You see how we just juxtaposed the instruction, and just juxtaposing the instruction will change the behavior of the language model because of the probability distributions around word generation. And here, there was a lot of redaction which took place. Okay, so now here is an interesting one. So the databases are where our data is stored, right? When you pull data from databases, they come out in a formatted way. So it could be a table. So you can always instruct the data to come out in a JSON format. But humans are not comfortable with JSON, right? When you show it in a UI, you would actually want to show it in a more readable format. So you can use this JSON output which comes and then convert it into a running text and show it to the user. So this is another user experience which you can drive using a language model. And it's very simple prompt here. It's a paraphrase use case. So you use the word paraphrase. So the moment you use the word paraphrase, it is able to paraphrase. And the reason why it's able to paraphrase is again because of the instruction fine-tuning which I referred to at the beginning. So here you just say, paraphrase the following JSON of a support ticket in plain English. And then it takes it even writes the dates. So you see how it's changed the dates. It has made the dates more verbose in the output. So these capabilities exist with generative language models. Okay, now summarization is one key use case. A lot of people want to summarize a very large document. Now how do you make a language model summarize a large document with very specific information? So the reason why summarization is such an important problem is it is very contextual. Everybody wants a different summary from the output. Now how do you get different summaries for the same document based on the expected usage, right? So one way to solve the summarization problem is to convert it into a question answering problem. So you tell the language model to answer a bunch of questions from the text. And in response, it is going to generate a summary. So here is one example. What we have done here is we have given a bunch of questions at the beginning of the prompt. We say, what is the main issue? What is the issue resolution? Blah, blah. And then we give an instruction. We say, answer the above questions based on the paragraph. And we also tell what should be in the summary, because we want to take this summary and then put it into some database and then show it in the UI again, right? So there is this whole chain which is out there. And in order to cater to this whole chain, we have to instruct the language model. So here is one example where we have questions, we have an output, a paragraph, and in response, it has given the summary in the form of a bulleted list out there. Okay, so let's take another example, which is generation of a KB article. So I'll just skip this in the interest of time, and let me go to something not so happy path. So till now, we were showing, language models can do this and can do that. Everything is great, but that's not true. There are a lot of issues with language models, and you will not know that until you roll out to production. And when you roll out to production, you don't even know whether the output that was generated is problematic or not. And there's a lot of engineering that goes on to figure out how the language models are behaving in production. So here's one classic example. On the left-hand side, we have on left and right, we have a question answering task. Okay, so I give a context given as this green color context, and then there's a block of text, and there's a question. So the question goes like this: forms needed to apply for a driving license. So what we are telling the language model is, I want this question to be answered only based on this block of text out there. Now, where did this block of text come from? Probably it's a knowledge base article. Maybe there was a search engine which ran and then picked the best article from the search output, and then it is running the question on that particular output. Now, it gave a right answer, so the answer which is out here is part of the context which is out there. But imagine you go and edit that knowledge article. Maybe you just add 2 words to it. So that's what I've done here. I've just added, it is a difficult, and then stopped. Now, why would this happen? This happens because many a time these articles are very large and the language models cannot handle full text. So what we do is we do truncation. We take that block of text and just cut it. So imagine here it is cut at this particular red color highlighted words. It is a difficult. Now the same question, just because the article was edited and it was truncated, now gives a completely random answer. Nothing that it has answered has come from the text which is given out there. It has started to hallucinate and bring the answer out of its own pre-trained knowledge. Now, how do you fix this? How do you know something like this is happening? And this is where it becomes very hard to define problem statements based on generative AI. And that's where this whole concept of prompting comes in, instructing the language model to produce a specific output comes in, and so on. So I just changed the prompt a little bit. I just said, answer the question below from the given context only. So that blue color instruction was given. And once that is done, you get a different answer. It actually started to answer from this block of text. So there are numerous situations and examples like this where language models produce completely bizarre output, and designs of prompts, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to make them reliable. And that's the reason why I was asking questions about how reliable should your system be, and what happens, are you scared of the output from the language models?
I've got the collab opened here.
Okay. So I will just go through a very quick, where is this? This one? This one, right? Okay, so I'll go through a very quick Jupyter notebook. Behind the scenes, what happens?
Let's find out if they want to do it on your own. Do you want to open up your laptop and then do it along with us?
I don't think they have the. I don't think we have the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so
they didn't bring a laptop.
It's fine.
That's fine.
We can share this notebook. I'm sure your data scientists can give you much better notebooks. But what I want to do here is drive a few points for you to take away. Right? I just want you to see what happens behind the scenes. So first thing is, many of these language models run on GPUs. So if you design a product and you say, oh, I'm going to roll this out, and imagine you have a P&L target for you. When you have a P&L target, how do you quantify the success of your product? First, you will need GPUs to run these language models. So the cost of running GPUs, right? It's very abstract because you will need cooling power. It has impacts on your ESG metrics. Then it has the cost of actually deploying that in your data centers, or if you have API tokens, payment for the API tokens. Do you pay for it, or do you let the customers pay for it? So there are a lot of variables around how to make a generative AI product successful. Nothing to do with technology. It's all about the cost of it.
Just to add a tidbit on the amount of the ESG metric he talked about, if you train the GPT 3.5 once, right, it runs for 36 days, and the amount of carbon emissions is around 500 metric tons, and it is almost the carbon dioxide which is produced by a jumbo jet if it has to go to the moon and back 9 times. So that's the amount of carbon dioxide which gets produced for one training of GPT-3.
Yeah, so you got to look at the specifications. So many a times, these GPUs don't have enough memory to hold your language models. So Shrikar showed you the demo where the code was generated, right? So it is 15 billion parameters in size. Okay, it's a model that ServiceNow has created, ServiceNow research team has created, which we have used. It's 15 billion parameters. So for 15 billion parameters, to hold the model, you will need at least 60 plus GB of RAM inside the GPU if you want the 32-bit representation, and half of it if you want the 16-bit representation. Now, NVIDIA is going to charge you, the GPUs that most commonly used, is going to charge you a lot of money for the higher end GPUs called A100s and H100s. Now, if you go to the lower end GPUs, the cost is lower, but at the same time, your response times also fall. Okay, you need to plan for this in terms of when you're rolling out a generative AI product. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, what models do you use? Do you always hit OpenAI? Sure, you can hit OpenAI, provided your customers agree to send their data to OpenAI. So that's one of the key blockers for many of these generative AI use cases. Okay, you decided to build your own language model. Fine. So if you build your own language model, what model do you use? Of course, it's the problem that the engineering team has to figure out. But the impact of the choice of the model is going to be felt by the end customer and the product success. Okay. So if you go to Hugging Face models, I'll just see whether I can go to this.
It's not there. You have to open a new tab.
You
I didn't open it. Open a new tab and then.
You want me to paste it? Okay. Let me just
do a plus.
paste it here. No, I'll just paste this. Okay. So let's see how many models are there in Hugging Face. You see this number? There are 300K models which are available out there. How do you choose the right model from here? If you want to fine-tune the model, if you want to host it on your own GPU. So there is a lot of research which goes on here. There are a lot of uncertainties, and we don't know at the end of the day how these models produce. And there are models for everything. There is models for text to video. There are models for text to text. So this is again is a huge exercise which you will have to go through well in advance in preparation for the rollout of your product. So I will not run through this notebook, but let me quickly. Okay, so let me quickly run the notebook. So usually what happens is there are some dependencies. You see all this install transformer, sentence piece, and all of this. So these dependencies have to be installed, and every time these dependencies change, the behavior of the model changes, things break. It's an engineering nightmare, but it's their problem. And then let's see what a model looks like. How many of you have seen the model? What does it look like on the disk? Okay, so here I have an example of a model. So this is called as a T5. So you see this FLAN T5 large. This is the name of a model. This is around, so on the disk, if you see.
You can show it to them on Hugging Face as well, so they are able to correlate.
Okay, so let me go to here. So let's see this. So here you see FLAN T5 large. So let me just click on it. So it will tell you how many downloads that it has had. Then it's going to have something called as the model card. So let's look at. There is a, sorry. Yeah, so you can see that it's around 3 GB in size. So that's the size of the model. But what does the model look like on the disk? So the model looks like a bunch of files. So here I've taken the smaller version, which is 300 MB in size. So it just looks like a file. So what this also means is once you roll out your product, you can change the behavior of the product by just replacing this file. No more engineering to be done. However, every time you replace the file, your behaviors change. The model starts doing different things. So that's where the determinism is suddenly gone from your system. So you got to watch out for this. Okay, so I have a few examples here just to see how this such a small model behaves. So I have one exercise. So it says answer the following question. There's a question, and we are basically asking for an answer. So we can run that and see what happens. I don't know whether I have time to run it. Okay, let me just run. Let me just run some of these. So I'll have to start all the way from the start. So you see here, you see this allocating and connecting. So what is happening here is because I'm running a Colab notebook, it is actually trying to get one GPU for you to run the model. So let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, so Google gives one GPU, the T4, for free. So if you log into collab.google.com, you get one GPU for free, and you can do a lot of experiments there.
Yeah, so here there is a GPU which is allocated to you. Okay, then it's still downloading all this. Are we running out of time? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
fine.
maybe we'll share this notebook with you. You can just run it. You can just take it to your Google account and run it there. You just have to just click these play buttons here, and then you're going to get the output. So where you can actually play is by changing this. You see all this red color text. You change that and see how it behaves, and you get a feel for what happens to these models and how they behave.
Yeah. So you'll be
Okay.
changing two things. One is that model name which you saw. So cut and paste anything from Hugging Face, and then change the prompt, and then you're good to go. Those are the two things you need to change. So do we have time for questions? If there are? Yeah? We are having a break?
No, we'll have 2 questions.
2 questions? Okay. You can use this if you want.
I'm a sustainability person as a PM, and then when I heard that there's going to be to run one book on GPT 3.5, we require 36 days and 500 metric tons. That was kind of a choking thing for me the moment I read it. Right? If that is what ServiceNow is doing, do you have any carbon offset programs that runs in your organization to take care of it?
Yes, we do. We are 100% ESG compliant. So we buy green credits for it. But then we are not building GPT-3 kind of models. So we build very small models. It's not 175 billion, trillion, dillion models. It's a 15 billion parameter model, much smaller.
So
I started Googling about ServiceNow sustainability.
Yeah, we are 100%. You would see that too.
So one of the strategies that we follow is ask this question: why do we need such a big model? Why 15 billion? Why 170 billion? Is it possible for us to build with 10 million? So we have models which are just 10 million and runs on CPUs. So that is again a design parameter. You start small and then expand the scope of the model till you get the accuracy.
No, at some point, I think most of these GPUs and the data centers will be solar powered. But that's what every company aspires to be. But till that is done, you buy green credits. Yeah.
Quick question here: if the GPTs are, predicting the answer by a prediction percentage, how is the grammar ensured? How is the text grammar ensured? And quick second question is, in the ServiceNow, LLM, is there RLHF included, reinforcement learning with human feedback, or?
Thanks.
Let me take that mic also.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the first question was around grammar, right? So that's what language model is. So he talked about masking and how it learns. And if you can even build your own model, right? So you can go to Hugging Face, download the entire Git, and then you can build your model from scratch. And when you give all the data in, it has taken what Wikipedia, all the news articles, books, everything. So with that, it is able to learn the grammar, right? So that's how GPT-3 is trained. GPTs are trained. In fact, even our model was trained that way, right? So once you put that in, and he talked about different mechanisms. So one of them is the masking mechanism. So you mask it and then it starts learning. And your second question was around RLHF. Yes, we do.
So let me add to that. In reality, grammar is actually a rule. So English or any language, it actually imposes the rule. We don't create random word sequences. We are forced to create word sequences in a very specific fashion, right? It's been done because if you create words in a specific fashion, what you create can be understood by the other person. So actually language is a rule. It's just that it's hard for us to express that rule if you take a board and have to write on it, it's very hard to express. So that's where the language models learn those rules inherently by those training examples that you give.
Yeah. So if you look at the way people solve language, I'm not sure if you were there like 20 years ago or something, where we had to write grammar rules, right? I'm not sure if you have done that. So you write the subject, predicate, whatever. You have to write a series of rules, even for translation, right? So you have to write the rule for English, the rules for French, and then see how the each sentence, grammar in each line of the grammar maps to one. So you need to write a transformation layer. Now, all that work is done by the LLMs. So LLMs, if you give English, French, Spanish, French, all different languages, just dump in data, and then it just learns automatically, right? So there is no, grammar to be written. You don't have to scratch heads. You don't have to hire computational linguists for that particular task. So today, computational linguists are needed for defining the data problem, right? Like if you want to fine-tune a model, you need a lot of data, and that's where the linguists and labelers come in.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Products and services, and also most importantly their experiences with use cases, how to adopt digital transformation amongst all the MSMEs. We are already talking of I 5.0, and you all would be wondering, we have not yet been done with I 4.0, and 5.0 is being mentioned in most circles here. We heard in the morning session a great deal about sustainability. So all that is happening is we are trying to integrate I 4.0 with making it more human-centric and making sure the man and machine coexist, and sustainability as the other aspect. So it's an integration of I 4.0 and I 5.0. So I don't want to steal the thunder from our speakers here. We have Mr. Tushar from Mahindras and Mahindras. We have Atom State represented by Mr. Venkat, who's going to talk is about AI and ML applications and how to implement them in our businesses. And we have Karthik from CADFEM, which is a global partner company for ANSYS. Some of you would be using ANSYS software. ANSYS also has been on the forefront of startups funding. We're going to hear all about this. Over to Mr. Tushar to tell us all about digital transformation and to what extent M&M has benefited by providing end-to-end solutions. Over to you, Tushar. Thank you. So, good morning friends, colleagues and seniors. It's my pleasure to be presenting in MSME Summit organized by CII. Before I move to my presentation, first of all I will like to thanks to entire CII team for providing this platform to all the industries where we can share our knowledge, our initiatives, our practices, which can be helpful and mutually benefited to all the industry. Moving on to my presentation, first of all, I would like to we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra Auto and Farm Sector Division. We will be showcasing our journey towards the low-cost automation. Precisely, we are going to touch the low-cost automation sector. There are selective case studies which will be benefiting other industries that we are focusing on, and affordable digital technologies. So that is our agenda for today's presentation. With me, there is my team, Mahindra & Mahindra team. So Mr. Uma Shankar and Mr. Sridhar has also joined this session. So we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra panel. So our subject for today is low-cost automation and affordable digital technologies that we are touching upon. And we are having our manufacturing units present in Telangana state at Zairabad, both auto and farm division. So most of the case studies are from that only. This is the overview of Mahindra Group. We are having presence in 11 sectors, 150 plus companies, 100 plus countries. Particularly, we are today focusing on farm and automotive division. Perhaps we are the one and only who will be manufacturing two-wheeler and 20-wheeler, both the things under auto and farm divisions. This is our global footprint. We are present in multiple countries. Our R&D centers are there in multiple countries and also manufacturing. This is our product portfolio at Zairabad plant in Telangana specifically. So we have recently launched 2 new products in auto also and farm also. Both are our techno-savvy products. One is EV related commercial vehicle, and then our all new tech pack ready tractor, which are going to be which are launched at global platforms, and that will be having many new features introduced first time in the tractor industry. So these are different 7 models which are introduced through OJA, that has been recently launched on 15th of August. Focusing on to our journey as a Mahindra and Auto Farm sector, this is our journey toward digitization. So we have started with our strategy and our program formation since 2016-17, and this is the way we have moved ahead. So we have focused on multiple themes like IoT, robotics, digital operations, which will be coming forward into this presentation. All this has been integrated in our own customized MES platform, which are called as Drona. So why technology? So these are the challenges which industry is facing nowadays. So increasing model complexity, improve competitiveness in the market. To survive in the market, we have to improve all these parameters. We have to go through this complexity of the models and yet maintain our margins. So for doing that, we have adopted the different approach. We have simplicity, customer centricity, process robustness, flexibility. These are we have adopted into our approach, and working on these initiatives, we have formed our case studies, which we are going to showcase with you. So these are the major themes: low cost automation, digitized operations, IoT, and new technologies. I will skip this slide because this is going to be covered in future. Okay. In low cost automation, we are going to present a few case studies. So this is our main drive, no fault forward. So whatever we are manufacturing on the particular station, that has to be first time right, and there should not be any fault going forward to the inspection. So based on that themes, we have showcased few of the case studies. This is our one of the case studies in which we have addressed near about 400 plus failure modes, and from those failure modes we have categorized them into 4 different buckets in our assembly operations, like torquing, part missing, wrong assembly, similar looking part. These are the areas which need to be addressed for covering major failures in our processes. So these areas we have addressed through basically we are having both legacy of operations. There are old plants which are running on the manual operation. So we have gone for the requirement-based, need-based digital solutions on those stages. So that we are focusing. So these are few of the examples which we have done at our plants. So for torque missing, there are legacy tools which are pneumatically operated. So this has been fitted with some electronic and IoT-based devices to control the torque and specification. To meet the requirements that we are addressing those with the first torque missing case study. The second is part missing, in which we are going for the multiple type of sensors, right from proximity sensors, inductive based sensors, laser sensors, steel vision sensors. So depending on the requirement, we are adopting this sensor technologies to detect the part missing part missing area. Then in wrong assembly, we are also, this is one of the case study in which we have used a laser based sensor so that we will know that the part orientation is right and there is no wrong assembly being made on the particular stage. Then similar looking parts for this, we have also used different vision technologies. So at the low cost area, we have used the color based sensing so that we will identify that the part is right or wrongly assembled. This is one of the video which will showcase you how we have modified the stage for no fault forward. This is a piston and ring assembly. After this assembly, this part has been checked for multiple parameters before going forward with different technologies, like from scanning, from vision sensing, sensor based sensing. Once it passes through all these parameters, then only the part will go forward. So we are ensuring that whatever we are producing on the stage, at that stage only it will be addressed. So these are the benefits of it. 100% built-in quality, that is a focus area. This is one of the case study of spot missing concern, in which the operator actually do the welding job on the station, and many a times the operator misses the spot. So this particular case study is focusing on some small electronic devices which are fitted inside the controllers, and those are connected with the assembly fixture, so that unless and until the required spots has been taken, the assembly will not get dismantled from that particular fixture. So this is the basically case study. This is a small representation of the process. Once the operator will finish the entire spotting, then only the part will get disassembled from the stage. Then these are the weld spot counters. So many times, many assemblies have different models, and with respect to different model, these are different spot weld configurations. So with respect to that, it is a complex operation for operator to remember all these spots. So we have integrated this particular spot counter profile with different models, so that whenever the particular model get assembled on the fixture, that particular model spot counter will be activated, and unless and until operator weld those many spots, it will not get disassembled from the fixtures. This is to address the model complexity that is getting added into the portfolios. So once the required spot has been reached, then only the fixture will get declamped. So the benefits of this has, again, no fault forward. So 100% built-in quality. This is one of the case study for IoT. This particular case study, nowadays we are having a lot of technologies available inside the tools, where we can connect the tools with the softwares and we can have the data for the traceability. But this particular case study is focusing on the legacy tools, which we have modified for getting right specification, product and process specification, and then this data is getting logged into the software and it is represented on the dashboard. So this is with the very few thousands of amount we have done it inside our plant only. So this is basically a dashboard which represents different torquing status of the tools, and with respect to particular model number or particular tractor number, you can basically have this data available with you, so to know that the process has been done right. This is small video for that. In new technology, we are actually now focusing more on vision-based systems. Wherever the sensors will not work, so we are focusing to go for vision-based systems. And also at new production lines, we are also focusing to address critical stations with robots and cobots. So this is one of the example which we are working in Zairabad plant only. So this is cabin assembly line, so in which the electrical testing of different lights and different indicators are being done by the vision cameras. So this cabin is being tested by cameras, and the data has been stored into the softwares for future traceability. So with robots and cobots, we in Mahindra as entire AFS, we are having 500 plus robots, 50 plus cobot installed. So whatever new lines are getting installed, on which we are also focusing to go for critical operations like hemming, sealant, and then painting. For those things we are choosing the critical operations, and we are selective in our approach to go for the robotics and entire automation. This is one of the video of painting robots facility installed at Zairabad. This is a similar application process done by Kubot. So these are the initiatives, or I can say key automations, which are helping us to make a first-time right product and no fault forward. As I told you in my first slide, this is our MES platform. This is Manufacturing Execution System. This is customized, developed for our operations. We call it as a Drona. So this we use for connecting our different operations together. Like in our company, we are having a different set of operation, right from sales side order till the dispatch. So to have the entire visibility of the processes and to swift decision making, and also to manage the operations digitally and also effectively, this platform has been developed. So many of the tools like process data, many of the plug data, as well as the operation data has been logged onto this platform. And from this, we are having a visibility of entire process and what is going right or what is going wrong into the operations. So I will leave you with, this is my last slide, I think, and I will leave you with small AV after this. So 2-3 minutes AV is there. It is self-explanatory. You can easily understand. Thank you, Tushar. It's very heartening to see the automation right in our neighborhood, Zahirabad. I would urge members here, if there's any opportunity to visit the plant, which M&M has been encouraging us to visit the plant every year. I've done that, and it's a great learning experience. And to see all the automation happening from our own Indian company, I think it fills my heart. Thank you, Tushar. We will have the Q&A at the end, the other two speakers completing their talk. We are allocating good amount of time because the subjects are very interesting. I'm sure there are many queries from the audience here. I request our next speaker, Mr. Karthik Chittapu, who is the Director, Customer Excellence from CAD-FEM, India, to take over.
First of all, thanks for inviting me for this conference, and it's my pleasure to give a small update on, what are the new technologies or digital engineering in terms of simulations. Okay, can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, I can go. Yeah. So I come from a company called CAD-FEM, and I think the name itself says much about digitalization, right? So it's the CAD, which is a virtual designing of yours, and there's a FEM, which is a virtual simulation of your products. How many of you are doing a product development using simulations here? Okay, only 3 hands I see. Okay. I think we'll see why it is so important for MSMEs, to do a simulation-driven product development. And we also talk about digital engineering in a very broader sense, not only just in terms of product development, starting from the conceptual phase to the in-product phase, where we are talking about ADAS, digital twins, and other things. Okay? So, just a brief intro of our company. CAD-FEM is basically a global company, which is our parent company is in Germany, and in India we started in 2007. So what we are majorly into is, we actually are one of the largest producers of simulation technologies in the world. Okay. Along with it, we also kind of have 40 years of experience in terms of rapid product development and also innovating for a lot of our customers. Especially we deal with a lot of MSMEs in both India as well as Germany, Southeast Asia, and all other countries. And also we deal with a lot of bigger customers, starting with like Bosch or let's say Grundfos and other companies too. Okay. And the major advantage what we have as a company, a group, is because of a global presence, we could develop an expertise in different physics, because simulations, when you talk about it, or digital engineering, when you talk about it, it's no more one single engineering or one single physics for that sake. So we have a vast range of physics which we are dealing with, starting with the structures. We talk about CFD, we talk about electromagnetics part of it, both high frequency, low frequency. Like low frequency, when I talk about like motors and all, when I talk about high frequency, I'm talking about PCB boards, radars, and then we are talking about optics, where you are talking about LiDARs, laser weapons or optics lenses and everything, right? And then we are talking about embedded systems and also the functional safety and cyber security of your products. That's becoming very much important nowadays, because of a lot of OEMs are asking to make sure that your product is, because you have a software and it should not be hacked, right? So the cyber security becomes very, very important for all your products when you're offering it to your customers, right? So all this comes into picture, and those all things we can simulate and test and virtually test them and get a much more insight into all of this. So about us in India, I think as I said, we started in 2007. Our parent company is in Hyderabad. It's hardly a few hundred meters from here. But we also have offices wide across India in 7 different locations: Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Delhi, Coimbatore, and Ahmedabad. Okay. So we have a wide range of expertise. So we deal with, in India itself, we have around 300 plus customers, and majority of them are MSMEs. Okay, so for us, digital engineering is very, very important. So we start with the centric of customer, where customer wants to innovate, make their products more efficient, and also reduce the cost of their products, right? So when that is what they want to do, the first thing what they want to do is how to adopt the simulation. Okay, that's the first step. How can they use simulations to drive their innovation or drive their product? Second thing is to automate the simulation itself so that you can democratize it across the users, and you can make it much more user friendly, because doing simulation is one front, and making user friendly and because a lot of people were talking about the skill gaps and all, right? So to overcome that, we can also automate it and actually make it much more button click solutions, where you can do your simulations, especially when you're talking about sectors like non-engineering, non-traditional engineering sectors like pharma, where they are using simulations nowadays. They want to go in silico instead of in vivo and in vitro, right? So when you're talking about in silico, that is something which they are adopting nowadays, and they want to do simulations upfront to understand how the mixing is happening, how your stunts you are manufacturing are going to work, what's the life of those stunts, or if you are doing a hip implants, you want to have a customer-centric data, which is very specific to each and every customer. You get the scan data, and based on the scan data, you want to actually do an implant using additive manufacturing or the different manufacturing techniques, right? So when these people who are coming from other backgrounds wants to do simulations, the automations become very, very, very important. And then over that, the top circle really talks about the digital engineering part of it, where we offer services to customer, because selling a software or offering a software to the customer is not the end thing, right? That will not lead to the success for the customer. So it becomes very important for us to integrate the software solutions along with the services, along with the knowledge transfer and the training sessions and everything. So that is where we really built on IT infrastructure. So we offer the hardware to the customer, which is very simulation centric. I'm not talking about just the IT hardware, but for simulation itself, we need to customize the hardware so that it can run very efficiently. Then we are talking about the knowledge, what they have to build. The major challenge what you're facing nowadays is to get the core engineers, because a lot of colleges are dropping the core engineering courses out of their curriculums, and it's becoming very problematic to get skilled engineers for your simulation purpose. And that's what we want to also bridge a gap. Okay, so today's topic, we majorly talk about the digital engineering part of it for MSMEs, and this is very, very important because the MSMEs are a key lever for the India 5 million economy, right? So we are the 30% contributor for our GDP, and 42% of our exports, right? That's what people were talking since morning, and that is very important to concentrate upon this sector and how we can enable the MSME sector to kind of adopt that digital engineering for them. Okay, so the main challenges is for all the industry sectors is to drive the innovation, complexities, because you're not dealing with one single physics now, you have the interconnectivity between different things, and now you're talking about Industry 4.0, where you are talking about the automation, where we have a lot of sensor data coming in, you have a lot of lens, LiDAR is there because the camera has to see it, get the data, and based on the data, let's say you have an ADAS system, based on the LiDAR in your car, your autonomous vehicle has to perform. If a person comes in front of you, based on the LiDAR sensor, it has to take the signal, capture it, and based on that it has to apply a certain force on your brake so that it stops at a safe distance from the person, right? So this all becomes very complex, and we are really talking about connections between different systems and different physics here. That has become a huge problem. Then the cycle time. With so much of innovation going on, so much of competition, the cycle time to the market has come down drastically. Previously, maybe people used to take maybe 8 years, 5 years to develop a car to come out. Now they're coming down to 3 years to develop a car and coming out into the market, right? So thus times are coming down drastically, and the innovation and the complexity is going up. Okay? So right now in the industry, there are two interesting things happening. One is the technology is really helping you to reduce the development time. The second thing is the destructive part of it. The simulation, the technologies are becoming so and so advanced, your present models, present things are becoming obsolete, right? It's no more make sense. So when you want to really talk about leveraging the advanced technology which is developing day in and day out, and to leverage your legacy technology, for them to have a proper marriage between them, you need to have a digital engineering. Otherwise, there's no other way you can take it forward, right? So to actually reduce the cost, increase the quality, and evaluate the risk, we need the simulations, and there's no other way to move forward. Okay? So this is one of the survey which happened in US. So they want to see, with simulations and without simulations, what is the difference? And you can clearly see 21% improvement with simulations to, to launch the, time to market. 22% they could meet the targets. 17% increase in the quality also. So these are the important driving factors for any MSME, right? So these are 3 things what you want to look at and make sure that your product is coming out in market in a given time frame, and you are also with a low cost. So how do we get it right in the first, early itself? That is very important, because most of your cost is decided in the initial phase itself, before even you start simulation, where in the conceptual phase you have something, and like 85% of your cost is decided in the initial phases. So if you want to make some changes, the influence of these changes will be much less in the later stages. But in the early stages, if you want to make some changes, you have much scope and you can improve it, and the effect of it is much more wider reach. Okay? And with the traditional techniques where you're pushing your design to the end and doing a prototyping and going for testing, and if something is not working, coming back, this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of cycles, right? So what you want to do is you want to implement the simulations in the first phase itself, so that you can understand your product much better, optimize it, innovate it, and then you can reduce the cost and everything. And then once you finalize your design, then you can go for your prototyping, which when you are much more confident that it's going to pass and go forward, right? Nowadays simulations are becoming so realistic that people want to reduce testing drastically, just to one test, maybe 2 tests at the end of it. But most of the times they want to avoid it completely and take simulation as a benchmark. And I think a lot of the defense sectors are also asking their suppliers to submit the simulation reports, right? That is becoming much more important nowadays. And I think a lot of the OEMs, automotive OEMs, aerospace OEMs are also asking you for these reports to be submitted, so that you can make sure that your product is compliance to their requirement and everything. Okay, so that is what I was talking about, the virtual prototyping and simulation-based product development. Okay, so there are 3 important technologies out of the 10 for digital engineering which are actually disrupting or help the industry to move forward. I think the first one is the AI ML. That is something one of the dignitaries is going to talk about it in the next session. But the next one is additive manufacturing. I think this is one of the technology a lot of people are using nowadays to do the prototyping, or also taking it to the next level of mass production, So the reason why additive manufacturing has become more popular is because it can manufacture any kind of complex shapes, and you can actually make lightweighting much more possible, right? But it has its own problems. I think this is not a platform to discuss about it. We can take it later. And the third one is the simulation front, where you can see a lot of people are saying the simulation is very, very important, right? So I think let's see how the simulations develop. I think in 1970s, simulation was only for academics. They were doing a lot of research and they were developing. That's fine. Next 85 to 2000, having no simulation, it's still okay. It's normal. A lot of people are not doing simulations. In 2000 to 2015, simulation has become a normal. A lot of people started using simulation. It's still not a compulsion, but still a lot of people have started doing it. As you can see the examples here, you can see it in the optics field, you can see it in the sensor field, you can see in amphibian mobility services here, oil and gas, other sectors where simulations were not traditionally used. It has moved into that. In 2015 to 20, no simulation is not normal. So people felt that, okay, you're not doing simulation still, you should start doing it now. I think as you can see, the technology of IoTs, 5Gs, electrification, ADAS and all actually has pushed simulations. As you can see here, we are doing a signal integrity problem here. to generate what are the losses, what the temperature generated because of that, and then see the thermal and cooling part of it. And then we are talking about, because of the thermal cooling and all, how the soldering is working. And if these are failing, your component is going to fail, right? So you can see 3 different physics combined together, and you need simulations for that. Not only that, we are also talking about crosstalks between 2 different devices, because nowadays, IoTs have become so much. We have, Bluetooth everywhere right nowadays, right? So there should not be a cross connection between them, how they are kind of working. All these things can be tested in simulations. Okay, and e-mobility, I think this is where a huge chunk of MSME customers are supplying to this, where they're talking about motors, batteries, the charging systems, So the motors have become very important, and we have a lot of motor customers itself in India whom we are dealing with, who are using our softwares to develop their motors and innovate with respect to characteristics of the motor, improving efficiency. The noise has become much more problematic because sustainability and environmental norms have become much more stringent nowadays, right? And the fatigue failure of it. The first thing is to get the efficiency map of the motor for different frequency rotations and all. Then we are talking about the noise levels. When we are talking about different frequency with respect to different RPMs, where the noise levels are, how is it generated, and everything. So this, because all of our OEMs are actually concentrating on this and keep asking us how we can do NVS simulations for our motors and everything. The same thing with the chargers, the same thing with the batteries. The batteries are much more problematic because you have to do the, thermal runoff tests, because a lot of blast, fire is going to happen because of batteries nowadays, and this is becoming more problematic, and the battery management system has become very complex, and that is very important to be handled. So you need to do a system simulations to understand that part of it, right? And you need to have an IoT platform to sense a lot of, if you are talking about Ola, Aether nowadays, you have a lot of performance monitoring systems where you can monitor how your battery is performing, how many kilometers it's going to give more, and a lot of other things, right? So this is where the technology is being driven to, and it can adopt it so that, based on the performance of your batteries, it can automatically adopt and make sure that your battery efficiency is pushed forward, right? And make it more efficient and efficient. We are talking about the manufacturing sector, where you want to, just manufacture this kind of structures, where you can go with additive manufacturing, where you can get this kind of complex shapes which can be manufactured with additive manufacturing like this, and we can see better, cheaper, and faster you can get it. With less volume and mass, you can increase your stiffness of your structures. That becomes very important. We're talking about medical. This is a very simple example where you have a, you want to have a kind of make sure that your teeth are properly aligned, and you go to a dentist, right? That becomes very important. Your space is not symmetric, but the loads they apply internally are symmetric. And they need to understand what forces should they apply so that your teeth are properly aligned, so that you don't have this distorted figure in your after the whole teeth are aligned properly, right? So this becomes very important to be tested. So you can do simulations for that front also, where you can take the customer specific data and do the simulations and understand what kind of force you have to apply and which positions you have to apply so that you can get a proper jaw alignment, right? We are doing it for, we have our own wing of medical, for medicine. We do a lot of simulations for doctors, for, plastic surgeries and other surgeries, so that, people can use simulation for that front. Okay? And now in 2020s and moving forward, the simulation is becoming a must. As I said, a lot of customers are asking for it, OEMs are asking for it. Starting with a simple example like this bottles, it becomes very, very important. We have a huge customer whom we actually do a lot of simulations and a lot of automation for the bottle suppliers itself, where they want to see what is the buckling force, manufacturing of the bottle, sustainability of the bottle, environmental effect. They want to reduce the plastic usage. All these things are coming into picture. So you can see there is a structural problem, there is a molding problem, a manufacturing problem, there is a thermal, there is a cost influence. So you want to see different physics combined together. You can combine all them in a workflow and then do a simulations to understand what would be the best design, best settings of your manufacturing so that your cost can be reduced starting from the material to the manufacturing itself. Okay? So with digital engineering, you can see the traditional technique, you take 50 months to develop your product, that can be got down to 36 months or even less. as you move forward and make improvements in your processes. Okay? So with that, I'll come to the product side of it, where ANSYS is leading in this part of it. ANSYS is a tool what we are using in the background to do the simulations for each and every physics. ANSYS is leading in terms of every physics what you deal with, whether it's structures, electrical, CFD, optics, you name it. We are the leaders in all the physics, and we deal only with the simulations. We are not into any PLM or any CAD or anything. We purely do on the simulation. That is our core bread and butter, and that's where we concentrate upon. And as you can see, as you can see, we are dealing with the physics in the bottom. As you move up, it's becoming more and more complex. We are talking about system software. We are doing a system level simulations. Then you are talking about system of systems. This is where defense sector is talking about. Now they have a satellite, they have a radar, there is a flight, moving, or missile coming in, the projectile and all. So they want to have a communication between system of systems, and they want to actually simulate this kind of war scenario to see what is happening. Let's say there's a missile coming in, they want to shoot a laser to destroy it, right? So at what time they have to shoot it, and what, how much intensity they have to shoot so that the missile can be destroyed. All these things have to work together, the systems have to work together and can lead to this, right? So this becomes very important for us to take it to that level of it, and then you can see the solutions and the industries on the top of it. So traditionally we are talking about previously the simulations are only used in the design phase, optimization phase. That is fine, we are not using it in the requirements concept, preliminary design or any other phases. But as we move forward, as the requirements move forward, it's becoming more and more complex, and we can't work anymore in silos, right? So we need to, when we are talking about interdependency on the different departments, and we can't move forward and backward, and we can't just maintain it over a paper and kind of communicate it over just the documents. We need to have a proper models which we can communicate with in each stage and make it digital thread like this, which is much more convenient for the customers to develop it and move forward, right? So the first level is the virtual simulations, what we talk about. Then we are also actually moving to the next level, which is called digital engineering, where we have a lot of other things involved, not only just for the design phase itself, to the whole development phase, from the inception, product requirements to the end phase of it, So this is the V model, what we talk about the product development. So we have the, just to go back, we have the first one is the requirement, then we have the system, subsystem level, and then the bottom is where traditionally people used to use simulations, where is the component level of it. But nowadays it's no more like that. We start with the requirements, we generate the models with the requirement. So we have the model-based system starting from 1. So we have the models with the requirement level, we can take it to the system level, then get all your requirements for the system level and check them. Then go to the next level, which is the subsystem. Once you cross the subsystem, you go to the individual component level, where you work in the silos on different physics. Again, you integrate them in the subsystem level, validate it, take to the system level, integrate with your software, everything, check whether it's compliant with your ISO standards and everything, and then you take it to the next level, which is again the system of system levels or digital twins in product. How many of you heard about digital twins? So I think it's a very fancy word people are talking about nowadays, the digital twin, and this, I can just tell you very simple, people can say digital twin as a CAD itself is a digital twin, because it's virtually you're representing something, it's called a digital twin of your design, right? Yeah, I'm done with it. So the next point is, I think it's very, that is something which people are getting confused with, but digital twin is much more broader in the sense where people want to do a predictive maintenance than go for a regular maintenance. And that is what we really talk about here. The simulations are normally used in only one phase, but you can use simulations in all the phases, starting with ideation, design, manufacturing, in product, in process, and everything. So where we are talking about ADAS, which is in your product, it is sitting. Simulation sitting in your product, based on the data you get, it reacts and applies the force on the brakes to stop the car. Digital twins are also sitting on your product to monitor you as it goes, as your life of, like let's say I have a jet engine, I have to monitor my jet engine so that I should know when should I go for maintenance instead of doing for regular maintenance, which is more costly, and I don't know whether it's going to fail before the maintenance or after the maintenance, So all these things, right? So here is a transformation, what you can see in product, the CAD, I think a lot of people are doing. I think product development, we can do 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and simulations. Product testing, a lot of people are doing, especially for ADAS nowadays. People cannot do the field testing. They need so many years to actually drive so many miles to test the cars. What they're doing is everything virtually tested. They have, they have the VRs, ARs, and all these things, and using machine learning techniques to adopt and test it, and then they're coming out to market with ADAS 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, Okay, in the product maintenance, which I was talking about, digital twins, and the knowledge management is also there. So this is one last slide of mine. That is what we are talking about. Oh, okay. Can you close it once? Yeah. So this is very important. We have our own courses, which is called ASC, ANSYS Innovative Courses, which help a lot of customers to adopt it. It's free. ASC is free. You can go through the courses. You can learn a lot of basics very easily and it's actually tied up with Cornell University in US and a lot of universities throughout the world. And these courses are generated and they're very user friendly and easy to understand. Only if you want to buy badges or certification, that's when you have to pay, but the courses are free of cost. And there are we are also tied up with IIT Chennai called IIT Pravartak, where we do 5G courses. It's a paid course. You can attend for it. And then the other courses also. Okay? So this is what I will end with. This is what we all want to try and do it, right? The sustainability of your products, right? And have a environmental effects, social, consciousness. All this becomes very important. So you want to reduce your usage of material. With a less amount of material, you want to make your products more and more efficient. And that's why only digital engineering can help you do this. Otherwise, it's highly impossible to stick to your deadlines, cost, and everything. It's not possible. I think with that, I will end my session. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Karthik, for simplifying simulation. I like this comment, not doing simulation is not normal. That's a wonderful part. In my company, we say that simulation first and reality next. We have Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, Managing Director of Atom Technologies, to tell us all about an exciting subject. Quite a few of us are already using ChatGPT, but artificial intelligence as a subject has been around for decades now. But what is generative AI and how does one use this large language models which ChatGPT is talking about in our own day-to-day life and in our businesses especially. So Mr. Venkat is here to demystify all about AI ML to us. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank CII for having me here to talk about AI ML, which is the flavor of the globe at this point of time. Yes, actually I don't want to talk about that, but sir has raised that particular topic of ChatGPT, right? I've been a big favorite of ChatGPT type of stuff, but once we have gone deep into that, we know that it's sort of a fun-do type of a tool. Don't think that I'm arrogantly talking and criticizing, no. But thanking ChatGPT folks for making AI is a believable thing in the globe at this point of time. I really congratulate them on that. But AI, ML is much beyond ChatGPT type of tools. So I'm Venkat. Let me introduce myself. I am the CEO and co-founder of Atom State Technologies. We are incubated at T-Hub. We are strong technology partners for CII, Center of Excellence. And we are also working along with many partners across the globe. We are a deep tech company focusing on providing solutions based on AI, ML. And this is the USP of ours. We don't go by the hanging in fruit type of solutions which we provide. We provide solutions based on your problem and your problem statement and your use case. In deep tech, until unless you have a really strong use case, you will not be really in a position to come out with an apt solution. So this is where we are different to many of the biggies and as well as small sectors. So we dig deep, and we believe in providing scalable solution. When I said scalable, everyone talks about scalable, right? The second thing is, these days AI is becoming a fashion. People are started feeling that if they don't talk about AI, they feel that it's an identity crisis for them. Yeah, I mean it. Suddenly some organizations I have seen, they've changed the name xxx.ai. But I don't know what sort of AI they are bringing. And it means they are misleading the people. So this is where we have to be really cautious. Unfortunately, even some of the biggies and established organizations also got into this rut. But our strong background is DevOps. So DevOps teaches to say no. DevOps teaches to say no to automation. Where to automation? DevOps teaches to fail. So you need to experiment by applying chaos engineering and fail. Because until unless you fail, you will not really learn and scale up. So coming back to the key topic, artificial intelligence for MSMEs. Yes, that's the very, very important. Fact of the matter is, today morning, one gentleman was talking about 2+ crore MSMEs. And if these MSMEs alone support startups like us, half of your costing will be reduced. Let me underline with reading that. A lot of myth is there in the market. Oh, AI, ML, a lot of costing. No, we can't afford. That's a myth. It's much cheaper, much economical, and bring a lot of finesse to your task. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt, we have proven that. I really thank CII here. I want to make a point out here. They have created a thing called Center of Excellence, CII Center of Excellence. This is really a boon to organizations, startups like us. Otherwise, I won't be talking here. Because they are the ones who have taken organizations like us to big organizations like Skoda, Vedanta, Kevin Care, which I wouldn't have even imagined a year back. Because these people will not even give time to us. That's the psychological set, but I'm really thanking many of the corporates are distancing away from the traditional IT companies and coming to innovative companies. Because innovative companies don't do the body brokerage or mind brokerage. They do only innovation. Because they know that very well they have to compete with the biggies, so they have to deliver best, which is cost effective, improve your efficiency, and bring best ROI. So, artificial intelligence should be taken as a use case based solution. For example, this gentleman is sitting like this gentleman is sitting like this, that gentleman is sitting like this. I have a use case here. I have a use case. I don't want to talk jargons here, but I just want to give a live examples. Mr. Ridiger is sitting like that. Maybe if I have an application here, I would have tracked him and said, your posture is wrong for your health, for your back. I will not take much time. I will not be involved in too many meetings to discuss that. Just a small WhatsApp message report will go. So this is the use case. Why AI? Can anyone tell? For better life, simple as that, right? Simple life, good life. Why good life? Don't carry your code home. Finish your thing fast. 6 o'clock you go home, your wife is happy. If your wife is happy, your life is happy, right? So, AI is for better life. So you need to really identify whether it is manufacturing or for aviation sector or retail. AI is not specific for one particular domain or industry. So that is what our USP is. We remove all those blocks. So we go by the use case and understand what exactly the customer is having a problem. We don't even bother about what he is looking at, but that's our strength to identify and tell this is what you have to implement. So, look at his use case, be honest. So when we do the discovery phase, because we don't just like that provide a code to you or a dataset model, we really do the discovery path, understand the gaps, understand your limitations in terms of manpower and skill sets. Since morning we have been talking about skill sets and all. Yes, agreed. But skill development comes from here, not from teaching. Say I'm a commerce graduate talking technology. It is not that I'm a grey-haired fellow so I can talk. No, it's not like that. You have to have the application, you have to have the big heart to accept that you are not able to cope up, you need to learn. This is what AI really teaches. The moment you understand this, you come out with a proper knowledgeable thinking on those use cases. So these are all various types of AI models. One is ML, one is deep learning, NLP, NLU, and computer vision. And now let's talk about MSMEs, SMBs. If SMB adopts latest technologies, cost-effective technologies, I mean to say, India's economy will really zoom, no doubt about it, because SMBs and MSMEs are the backbone of Indian economy. There is no doubt about it, because it generates more revenue than biggies. It generates, of course, collective, and it generates plenty of employment. By the way, if I adopt AI, I may lose the job. Please remove that from your mind. Absolutely not. It in fact complement you and make you to reach dizzy heights. There's no doubt about it. Your performance will improve. So AI is the way of living, way of understanding, way of moving. The moment you learn AI properly and apply properly, you will be the first person to apply on yourself about your body language. For example, if I am talking, one of my team members is sitting there, he might be noticing what is my body language, and by evening he will give me the report. Yeah, see, that is how, right? Why the biggest use case which I am going to take, see, these are all cross industries, right from individuals, professionals like doctors and chartered accountants, scanning centers and labs, even auto platform facilitators, strong engineering industry, banking industry, finance industry, aviation. We are there everywhere. So what are the benefits? These are all simple gyan, but definitely efficiency will be improved. Once the efficiency is improved, the productivity will be improved. If the productivity is improved, you are in business, otherwise you are not in business. As simple as that, because it is a competitive global world now. This is where AI play a major role. Cost reduction. Staggering cost reduction. For example, I know many of you are developing your own products, spending a lot of money on advertisement, marketing, and those marketing agencies and the advertisement agencies take your entire property to give something, and that too in time. You cannot depend on any, just like that, any Tom, Dick, Harry type of ad designer. You have to spend a lot of time. So sometimes it may take even 3 months to come out with one ad, which has to be given in social media or in the print media. But with AI, we can generate an ad 30 seconds. Without a photo shoot, without a director, without a camera, without a script, and the fancy models costing, tantrums, right? So, by applying a strong prompt engineering, which is the most important element in any good generative AI content or images, anything. This is the biggest advantage for SMB sector. And today morning, one of the gentlemen was talking about common platform to reach out to the marketer. Yes, that was a humongous platform. But with AI, collectively 5 or 6 SMBs who are interested in technology can join hands together and may appoint people like us to come out with a platform where it will be friendly to really publish in social media marketing so that that becomes a platform for the buyers and sellers. Really, you will be eliminating a lot of middlemen here because you are directly trying to reach to the customer. Obviously, you will get away with your 50 to 60% costing, middlemen, commission, and improved in decision making. This definitely improves because it improves your IQ. Because you will be start thinking a lot when you are learning AI. Until unless you know what is your problem, you will not be in a position to communicate the so-called consultant or an engineer that this is my problem, right? So enhanced customer experience. Absolutely true. In fact, we have got the great customer experience and earn customer delight with Skoda, with ICICI Bank, because which they are usually doing a particular task, which is taking about 8 to 9 months. What we have done is we have delivered that and they started marketing in just 15 days. The advantage is that since we understood the problems, we done a lot of research for each and every sector. So we have done the pre-trained models. So when we go and solving the problem, we just train the model based on the use case and the requirement, so the delivery time is very quick. Until unless your delivery time is quick, you cannot go to the market quick. The situation is like that. Yesterday's newspaper is today's waste paper. At least yesterday's newspaper can be archived some reference purposes. But some of the products and the applications which you are thinking and taking time, by the time you launch, even before the launch, it becomes obsolete. We have seen that. That's the reason why 90% of the apps are flops. Second thing is market insights and trends. Yes, this is where AI will play a global role, major role. You will understand the insights, the market dynamics of today and tomorrow also. Then use your brain, apply. You develop a model in such a way that, boss, give me the market demand after 6 months. It gives you an insight. What are the challenges? Data quality and availability. Yes, data is the crux. Data is the problem everywhere. Nobody wants to share the data. Without data, it is very impossible to really move towards prosperous business. So, you have to have a proper data set so that The unstructured data will be cleaned as a quality data, and that data will be your dataset model. So don't fear on sharing the data with someone. But here I would like to tell you something. When we interact with your data, we don't even touch your data, we don't even see your data. Only on the use case we assume something based on the inputs and we integrate that particular model to your data set. So your data is 100% secure. So that's the reason why banks are approaching us. Because for banks, why banks? For everyone, even for you, a small scale industry person, the bill of material is very important for a particular component, right? Then AI also can help you in designing app design. Why so many cars will be withdrawn from the market? Because of one small nut designing problem. This is where AI will bring finesse to your planning sessions. Then ethical and privacy concern, I have already told you. This is where tools like ChatGPT are scoring very bad. Samsung has literally almost removed so many people because of they have implemented ChatGPT and within seconds their entire minutes of the meeting are gone. Third one is regulatory compliances. Yes, these are all very important. Then the biggest AI importance. One is in marketing, there's no doubt about it. And one is quick to reach market, no doubt about it. And this is the globalization of the. This is the globalization. A person who is sitting in Bhatinda also can sell to Britain, right? How is it possible without even knowing anyone? That's the power of AI. Globally, you have to compete with the global standards. Even for example, even if he is buying a shoe, a woodland shoe, definitely why he has bought a woodland shoe? Because of the quality. Why not on the platform types? Yeah. So, these are all the plenty of use cases. As I have already told you, we do nothing without the use case. So plenty of use, all these use cases, whether it is sentiment analysis, the customer stickiness, or customer loyalty, or your customer support mechanism. If you bring all these things, the global market and the big people will believe you because you have a proper process is inbuilt. And that too by using AI ML. And these are all the case studies. Call center operations is another one. We are making inroads into the global market. It's a real-time 24/7, 365 days. How do I improve the efficiency of my customer support team engaging with the customers? So we come out with an analysis and pinpoint this is where your people are failing. That's the reason why customers are changing the loyalties. Then of course, marketing team, it's a boon, literally boon. This is Wow India movement, scraping the data from various web sources, web points, then we clean that. And this is a snapshot of a sentiment analysis of a political party. And this is the completely 100% true generative AI images by giving a prompt into it. We are also coming out with a Ramayana story for kids, farmer story. And this is a snapshot to really plan out surgeries and terrorist operations. And that's for the Skoda we did it. In fact, that small jingle has won us the contract. because they have been spending about 3.5 billion for the global advertisement. And now it will not even cross Indian value 2 crores. Thank you so much. And thanks again for everyone patiently listening me, and thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So now the topic is about funding MSME digitally. So we have a host of speakers here, where Mr. Suresh Mutyala, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Shyam Prasad Garu, and Mr. Ahmed Khan. All are from different backgrounds belonging to the financial sectors. One is from a nationalized bank, one is from a startup, one is from SIDBI, and the other is from a nationalized bank. So I think we get to hear a lot of, we get more information from them, where how the transformation is happening in the digital world and how that will accelerate the funding in the MSME sector. Welcome to you all, sir. And as we all know that, digital payments has become a very, a common thing for us. I mean, I don't think we can survive today if we don't have a GPay or any kind of a UPI. And all thanks to demonetization is what I have to say, because that actually accelerated the digital payments. And I know a number of factors also have helped in bringing in an ecosystem where the digital payments have become so successful. So let's try to understand how we can utilize these, the interfaces and all, which will help us in ease of doing our business in the MSME sector. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Mutyala, sir, to share his knowledge on this.
Hey, hi. Thanks, Sarita, and good afternoon to all of you. It's really a tough task to stand in between you guys and lunch and still make the presentation interesting. So nevertheless, I'll try to keep it fast and as interesting as possible. So, okay, let's get on with the presentation. Just to give you a background of what's happening in India and the corporate world. Okay. It's not. Which one? Okay. So, looking at the Indian landscape, I mean, it's no big secret. I mean, all of us know it that we are the fastest growing economy. We're growing at a rate of 7.8%. Our exports are growing at 14%. Our GST collections are going through the roof. UPI transactions, I mean, all of us know are growing at almost 82%, and it's a global phenomenon now, in the sense that all the leaders are coming into India, watching how this is growing. We've got the third largest unicorn base with about 108 unicorns. Only 2 countries are ahead of us. And our public cloud service, which is just an indication of the kind of compute power as well as the storage that we guys are investing in, that's going through the roof, and it's slated to hit about $13.5 billion by 2026. So all these are going for India. Sorry, a little bit of alignment is gone, I think, just between the... So, but what does it mean for the corporates in India? So, I think the corporate landscape also is changing quite a bit. There is significant improvement in financials in the last 2 or 3 years that we have seen. There is robust financial capital inflow that is happening. The China Plus One strategy, which is essentially that all the FDI that was happening earlier, we used to get sucked in by China. Now the world has realized that we need an alternative to China. So this China Plus One strategy is actually favoring us. So there is a lot of capital flowing into us. Conglomerates, the large corporates are really acquiring more and more corporates, more and more companies. They are betting on consumption, which is retail, infrastructure, and the renewable energy part. And thereby, so what does it mean for SMEs is that there is a shift in focus from just chasing working capital earlier to building efficiencies in supply chain, both upstream and downstream. So this is also resulting in delivery efficiency that is happening across, and then there are new solutions that are coming in from fintechs, and large corporates are also eyeing end customer facing businesses, because today digital also implies that you can cut off the intermediary in between and directly face your customer, so you can actually have end-to-end flows. So So again, like I said, it's all, this is not the end of it. We are poised to grow faster. There are a bunch of numbers here. I mean, all of them, just to prove the point that, the winds are favoring us. There is enough and more tailwind that's favoring us. I would like to focus on the right-hand side of the slide, which is the corporates on the banks part. Corporates and banks, thankfully, have a very synergetic and symbiotic relationship. There can be no situation when our customers don't do well and the banks do well, or vice versa. So banks and their customers go hand in hand. So you can see that while the corporates ratios are all improving, the banks ratio also simultaneously improving. So debt to equity is improving, debt to assets also increasing, cash to asset ratio is also improving for the corporates. Thereby NPAs and the provision coverage ratio also for the banks also improving quite a bit. So these are the foundations of a very, very buoyant economy, and we are bound to grow better. So the MSME landscape, again, this is no secret. The contribution of MSMEs is very, very large. They significantly contribute about 30% of India's GDP, 44% of the exports, as well as 45% of the manufacturing output of India is contributed by MSMEs. And hence, the India growth story is fairly robust. The MSMEs is also growing fairly fast. In e-commerce, they are growing at a CAGR of about 20%. Credit to MSME, which was earlier a big question mark, that's also growing at 12% year on year. And the government has also infused about 90 billion rupees in the CGTMSE scheme. And digitization is happening quick and fast. I go to my first slide where I said that the public cloud consumption of India is growing at the rate of 23% per annum, which means that it would not have happened without MSMEs adopting digitization as a means to grow. So today 72% of the payments are done digitally. This also has ramifications in the credit cycles that you would give out to your vendors, or you would make payments to your suppliers too. And 53% of the MSMEs are also adopting digital sales platform, which means that again MSMEs are also reaching out to customers directly. Again, the intermediary is cut out here, and even the government e-marketplace, which is GEM, their transactions also stood at about 15 million. So all things are very favoring well. Just to again give you some numbers on why we are still poised to go greater. I'd like to focus on the smartphone users. The number of smartphone users by 2028 in India is supposed to be hitting about 1.23 billion. Why does this number of 1.23 billion, why is it interesting? It will roughly be the total number of adults in India, which means that by 2028 we think that there are going to be only smartphones, and feature phones are going to go out of vogue. Even as of now, almost every adult in the country has a mobile number, which is a mix of, I think 60% of it is smartphone and 40% is feature phones. So digital payments, again, while the whole globe is supposed to grow, is slated to grow at 12%, we would grow at 35%. Even as we stand today, 1 out of 4 digital payment transactions that happen in the world emanates out of India. So that's the kind of contribution that we make. All of it is propelled by the internet penetration, which is again propelled by the cheap data. We are one of the cheapest countries for data. I think only Israel beats us in terms of the cost there. And earlier, about 20 years back, there used to be this huge debate. How will we bridge the India-Bharat divide, the rural-urban divide, or so to say, etc. But I think internet is breaking that barrier also down. So today, 40% of the smartphones are actually bought in rural India than urban India. And if you look at the sales figures of either Amazon or Flipkart, they actually, during their Big Billion Day sale or the Great India sale, etc., most of the sales are actually recorded from Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities. So it's no more just an urban Tier 1 story. So this is going really, really deep. And hence, the India stack, which is on the outer layer, which is the digital public infrastructure, this again being a buzzword of late, which is a combination of your Aadhaar, of your UPI, ONDC coming in, etc. So all these government initiatives are taking shape, and there is a middle layer where there are corporates like yours or MSMEs or corporates which are innovating in the market and to fulfill a customer need which is really at the core. So all of this stands on four basic tenets, which is presenceless, which means that the customer need not be present physically. Earlier, for everything and anything, I'm sure banks also been a party to it. We used to call you to the bank, make you sign 4 papers, if not more, and then only process your transaction. Today, all these authorizations are happening, online. Then it is paperless. Their digital records can move from one place to another. Earlier, I'm very sure all of you have noticed how photocopying shops have gone out of the window, in the sense that when we were studying, you could find a photocopier shop around every corner, right? Today we don't even, we have to search for a photocopying shop. So that is because nobody is wanting any paper these days. It's all digital records. And we've democratized payments thanks to UPI and other payment systems that we implemented. And also consent, which is the latest one off the block, the account aggregator as well as the other initiatives also have made consent also digital. So all these things are again favoring us, and hence we also come out with digital solutions to cater to every requirement of a small and medium enterprise. It could be just a simple bank account to manage their transaction. It could be payment collection solutions. We have got platforms like e-bank guarantee, EasyPay, etc. I'll cover that in a bit. Working capital solutions. Primarily for lending today, many of the MSMEs are actually pre-approved, so it's actually a matter of 2 clicks before you get your working capital there. The bigger one is the import and export services. Earlier, import and export services meant that you need to have a dedicated team sitting in your office to track remittances. The moment the remittance comes in, somebody has to actually go to the bank, do all of that. We've digitized all of that. It's all online. So I will touch upon that in a bit. Then reconciliation services, or even we also understand that sometimes you are also looking for platforms for growth to find customers, etc. Those solutions also there, and there is personal banking. I'm sorry for the misalignment. I'm a little upset there, but that's all right. So we've got a whole gamut of solutions catering to every requirement of an MSME, and all of this is not again a cumbersome thing. It's all available on your mobile. It's called InstaBiz, and what we call as the business banking, the super app. It has lending solutions, merchant solutions, trade and forex, payment collection, tax. Everything that you would possibly want to do in a bank is actually available at the flick of a button. That's available on the app. And not only that, even availing of loan can be as instant if it's pre-approved. Even if you have to call one of our bank officers to open your account, the onboarding is again very, very simple. We've got a smart form wherein we don't take too many documents. All the data is fetched through all the available APIs of Aadhaar, NSDL, etc. We tag in a geographic tagging also is possible, and accounts are open rather much more faster than what used to happen earlier. And for merchants, there is actually a definitive solution. There is a super merchant account where again instant onboarding can happen, and if your collections is more than 1 lakh rupees per day, you can actually take the super merchant account. The transaction can also be very easy in the sense that EasyPay can be enabled again through InstaBiz on the mobile app. Credit can be availed, and we also have an easy online store to help you with growth, etc. So the impact of it has been that our merchant spends have been growing. People who've taken our merchant solutions are growing very, very fast. You seeing the turnover grow at the rate of almost 61%. Bulk payments, again, big pain area, because you have to if you have to make many transactions or many payments in one go. Earlier you used to do one transaction at a time. Today you can club all the transactions together and shoot one approval, and everything goes. And even the narration is actually customizable. Sometimes you make a transaction and 6 months later your child accountant will call you and say, "Sir, what's this transaction all about?" so you will not remember that. But here with these solutions, you can actually customize your own narration, and so as to make it easier to retrieve your records. Electronic BG is another innovation from ICICI Bank. Bank guarantees are typically pieces of stamp paper that is passed on from hand to hand or bank to bank. We've digitized that also. You can initiate your bank guarantee electronically. You need not go to any bank. I mean, you can upload the format and then the bank will transact it. And if the beneficiary is also willing to take it through the NESL route, we can also provide that, so that everything is paperless end to end. There are instant lending solutions also that we offer. It could be pre-approved, it could be do-it-yourself journeys. All can start from our mobile application as well as the corporate internet banking that we have. And we try to make it as easy as possible. In fact, people who have registered with GST and the GST records are available online, those can be pulled instantly, and an instant approval can be given. I mean, even if you do not have any relationship with the bank earlier. Yeah, these are steps that are involved in availing that. Cross-border transactions, like I was saying earlier, when there was a remittance, when you have to classify that remittance, go to the bank, submit papers, and then wait for the right time for the right exchange rate, in your opinion, to hit upon, etc. And all of it used to take 2 to 3 days. Today, it's all really online. I mean, so 95% of inward remittances for ICICI Bank customers actually get settled online, which means that the customer does not need to visit the branch. All the declarations are taken online, and if KYC compliant, we actually credit the customer immediately. You can even give these options of you can choose a target exchange rate also in some of the cases, where we give you you can say that, okay, when the rate hits this exchange rate at, let's say, 83.85, you please convert my money. So you could even do that. So all these solutions do exist. Again, we made it very, we are one of the first banks to actually digitize most of these import and export transactions. There are embedded solutions. If you are using an ERP, you could do a host-to-host integration, or we have plugins immediately available. If you have used Tally, for example, there's a plugin that is available, and you can put in your bank account, which means that you initiate the transaction in your system, which is a Tally. The bank automatically takes the instructions and executes the transactions and makes it easy. Which was earlier two different systems which do not talk to each other. The benefit of it, the big benefit of it is, you need not do the same transaction twice, once in Tally and another time in the bank account. Two, there is auto reconciliation that happens between the two systems. So these are all embedded solutions which you can avail of, and hence we call this as a universal app for your business on the go. So what we are essentially doing is to get the entrepreneur free of all free of the headache or hassle of dealing with the bank and going to the bank and do reconciliation, etc., so that they can concentrate on purely business development themselves. And not only this, even your personal financial needs are available in one click. Okay, so we have iMobile for, I think the alignment is all gone. I'm good. So all the types. So we have iMobile for personal banking requirement, which is rated as one of the best banking apps that's available today. And the testimony to that is that we have a bunch of awards, and we are not the only award. We keep receiving awards, but we always continuously strive to cater to your requirements. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. That was a very informative session. So in fact, we have covered a whole spectrum of finance, from B2C to B2B to instant OD and import and export finance. I haven't found a point where I can ask you a question now. Thank you so much.
Respected panel members, team CA Telangana, and participants, and all MSME entrepreneurs. Good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime. Good afternoon. Yeah. In Union Bank, is there no? Sure. In Union Bank, we are having centralized processing centers for doing this MSME credit appraisal in the name of MSME loan points. So I'm heading one of the MSME loan point in Hyderabad. So the initial process, whenever any MSME client comes to us for this loan, so the initial thing is that we'll have a one-to-one interaction. So we'll discuss with them what's their credit requirements. So we are working on a brick and mortar system. So customers looking for MSME loans, they approach our branches. Either they approach our branches or we approach the customers to promote our products. So like today I'm here to approach you for your MSME loan requirements. If any of you approach me today here for loan requirement, it's not through digital, because the topic here is on funding MSMEs through digital. So it's not digital if you approach me here, it is through CII. So in the process of this loan appraisal, so we take all your data like your project report, audited balance sheets, your GST returns, and all such data we take, and my team at MSME point, we process it and we'll take a decision whether to go ahead with that loan or not. So mostly it's a conventional way of doing any credit decision. So how many of you approached any bank for working capital limits or any MSME loan? Any of you approached? So you might be aware of this process, giving CMA data, audited financials and all GST returns and all. So interestingly, in the last 2 to 3 years I can say, so at Union Bank we have digitalized a few of our MSME loan products. When I say digitalized means, you don't need to approach any branch or you don't need to approach any office of Union Bank. Simply there is a link available in Union Bank website or Union Bank app. So you can go through that link, give your details, the initial, you can log in through your mobile number and email ID, give your KYC like your Aadhaar, PAN card, and after that your financial data like your audited balance sheets, GST returns, IT returns. So with this and give your requirement like which loan you require, you require term loan or working capital limits. With this system in the background, run your this eligibility check based on predefined algorithm. If you are eligible based on the decision rule, you will get the sanction immediately and instantly. And the good thing here is that you can do documentation also. So there is an e-documentation facility available. Once this is done, your account will be credited with this loan amount. So now this is all the digital things that we are doing at Union Bank. As I said, for digital process, we named it in Union Bank as a straight-through processing because it's just straight. You can approach the bank through internet. So in the straight-through processing, we have 3 stages. Like you're getting in-principle approval. That means based on the information that you have given, so you will get a prima facie in-principle approval. So it's not final approval, but you'll get in-principle approval. With this in-principle approval, you can approach any branch which you, as per your convenience. So the particular branch will do the further processing and you will get the final approval. That is for in-principle approval. And there is a stage you can reach up to sanction. So for loans up to some 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs. So based on the information that you submitted in the system, you will get the sanction letter itself. So that is up to sanction. And there is a few products where you can go up to disbursement stage also. So if your loan doesn't require post-sanction, there is no interaction is required with the branch. So you can do e-documentation. Your loan account will be released and your account will be credited with that amount. So that is the disbursement stage. That is complete end-to-end. The in-principle is like an initial thing, and sanction is, I can say, up to 75% you reach, and disbursement is complete 100%. So all these 3 things are available with Union Bank. So through this straight-through processing, we are offering now 4 products. One is the MSME loan in principle up to 5 crores. Another one is GST gain. So based on your GST returns, you will get a loan up to 25 lakhs. This is through instantly through our link. And another one is to promote women entrepreneurs. We are having a scheme called MyStartupTV. Though under MyStartupTV we do up to 10 crores funding, but through this digital mode we are doing up to 10 lakhs. And of course, all you know Mudra loans up to 10 lakh. For Mudra loans, the customer now no need to approach any branch. It's simply through this portal you can get the approval. So first I'll discuss on this in-principle approval, how one MSME unit can get 5 crore loan of this in-principle approval. What up? Can you please open it? No? Go to the third slide. Yeah, thank you. So in principle, up to 5 crores for MSME units. So this is the link for MSME units. It's available on MSME Union Bank website. Once you go through this link, so there it will ask you are a new client or existing customer. That means you are having any account with Union Bank, you are existing customer, and if you are not having any account, then you are a new client. So if you are a new client, go to that new client, new customer, and give your phone number and email ID. So with that, you will get OTP. That means that's authenticating your just like your mobile number and email ID. So after that, system will ask you to provide your basic KYC details like your Aadhaar, PAN card, that's the basic KYC. And after that, your IT returns. And if your business unit is having audited financials, you need to upload these audited financials by linking with ITR portal. You don't need to physically upload these PDFs. It is integrated with ITR portal, income tax filing. So from that, you need to download it, and here you need to upload it in Union Bank website. And after that, again, it is integrated with the GST returns. With your GST user ID and password credentials, you need to give upload all your GST filings in Union Bank website. And your bank statement, if you may be having bank account with any other bank, that statement of for last 6 to 12 months you need to upload. So that means you are giving your basic KYC, your audited financials, and your GST, and your bank statement. So with this, my system will run your eligibility criteria, how much sales you have done in the last 2 to 3 years, and whether it is matching with the GST returns, and whether you may be making 1 crore sales with the GST. But whether that 1 crore is credited in your bank account or not. What's your CIBIL score? What's your CIBIL score of your company, your firm? So with all these things, my system will run through a decision rule. If you're eligible, then system instantly will give you in principle approval. With that in principle approval, you can approach so this is one snapshot of that in principle approval. You will get it like your credit facility, amount, and tentative rate of interest, and all other basic terms of a loan. So with this, you can approach any of my branches and you can go ahead with the further processing. This is about in-principle approval. And what's the advantage with this? The advantage is that quicker response. That means instantly you are getting one in-principle approval. And it's just in 30 minutes, entire process will be done. So you don't need to approach any branch. By sitting in your factory, in your firm, in your office, you can do this, and within 30 minutes you will get the in-principle approval. And what's the benefit for a banker is that I'm getting your ITRs, your audited balance sheets, and your GST returns. These are all directly downloaded from respective portals. So I don't need to check whether your audited balance sheet, whether it is really genuine or not, whether your GST returns are genuine or not. So for me, it's easy to do the due diligence. For me, it's easy to know what's your CIBIL score, what's your credit history, what's your banking transactions in the last 1 year. So it's easy for a banker to take a decision also. So that's all about getting an in-principle approval. And another scheme is in the name of Union MSME GST Gain. It's simply based on your GST returns, we fund working capital limits. Actually, under GST Gain, we are doing up to 5 crores. That means manually, if you approach any of my branches, we'll do 5 crore. But if you want this loan through digital channel, digital mode, again, The link is available in Union Bank website or in our View Map Union Bank app. So with this app, in this scheme with the link, maximum you will get up to 25 lakh based on your GST returns. So you have to upload. So the remaining things are same. You have to, once you enter into this link, you have to give your basic KYC details, upload your financials, and upload your last 12 months GST returns. So based on your last 12 months GST returns, my system will calculate what's your level of operations in your firm and how much you can, we can see whether the last 12 months, whether the trend is increasing or the trend is decreasing. Whether it is increasing, that means yes, your business is doing good. So whether in the last 12 months, whether your business is seasonal or not. So everything system will check, and based on your GST returns, the system will sanction your loan. Again, here it is only a working capital limit we'll do in the form of OD and cash credit limit. So to meet your day-to-day business requirement. So maximum will be up to 25 lakh, and all constitutions like individuals, proprietary partnership, LLPs will get loan based, are eligible. And the margin is only 20%, and there is no collateral is recommended because we cover this loan with CGTMSE, so no separate collateral is required. Those customers who want 25 lakh loan working capital limit, so they can avail this scheme. So we have another two products in the name of MajorSunilShetty and Mudra loan. In these both loans, we do up to 10 lakh. Again, the link is available in our Union Bank website. The process is same for all these products, though the amounts are varying. So you have to log in with your, register with your mobile number and email ID, upload your KYC and all your IT returns and bank statement. System will do the calculations and give your eligibility. So these all things are available in Union Bank website. Definitely, I hope you will enjoy these credit facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. I have a small question for you, sir. Yeah. So in the Union MSME GST game, you had mentioned, So you had mentioned that you can approach through the portal and obtain a loan up to 25 lakhs. But so what would be the turnaround time for any of these sanctions?
Turnaround time you're asking through digital mode, ma'am?
Yeah, through digital mode.
Everything will be completed in 30 minutes.
No. What you're saying is you get the in-principle sanction.
No, in-principle is for 5 crore. There are 4 schemes.
Right.
If you want a MSME loan up to 5 crore, so the first one is that where you get in-principle approval.
That's only for the first one, not for the rest.
No. For all the schemes, so everything will be completed in 30 minutes. Max time is 30 minutes. For that, if you want a loan up to 5 crores, initially you will get an in-principle approval. And after that, since it is a bigger amount, so with the in-principle approval, you can approach any of my branches and you can go for further processing.
Exactly.
So for GST gain of 25 lakh, so everything will be done through internet only. You don't need to, yes, everything. Okay. So everything will be done in 30 minutes.
Okay, that I understand. So my question again is, in the in-principle mode, suppose you have a sanction letter, say for around 4 crores.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you approach the bank, how long will the bank take to process
Yes, ma'am. So it depends upon the quality of the data that you submit. See, most of the time what we see is that the data that you submit, like CMA data, project report, and say for example, you are approaching a bank for a term loan. Say for example, you are establishing a manufacturing unit or some service unit. So you approach a bank for term loan. So we need to know, for the basis for the term loan is that project cost. So we need to know what is your project cost. So arrive the project cost, we'll ask you all quotations, like what machinery you are going to purchase. So it's all the data that you submit. Once we get, and if you are offering any property, see up to 5 crores again we'll do under CGTMSE, we don't require collateral. And you want lower rate, you can offer collateral. If you are offering collateral, then we need, we engage this work for legal and valuation work. If legal takes time, then if legal and legal reports, valuation reports, and the CMA data, project report, quotations, everything available, mostly it takes 7 working days.
7 working days. So you mean to say the in-principle sanction letter will actually verify the credentials of the promoter?
Yes.
But again, it's all based on the rest of the documents.
I can say, ma'am, if you got an in-principle approval, means it's half done. So your 50% of the work is done.
Okay, subject to other documents.
Yes, it's like you got the approval. You can avail this 5 crore loan subjected to fulfillment of all other terms and conditions. So I can say it's half work done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. So now I request Mr. Ahmed Khan to take up give us presentation.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, CII, my esteemed panel, and dignitaries and guests for giving me this opportunity. I would say this one slide alone summarizes the spirit of this summit, and I'll clarify that in the next couple of slides. SME 360 Accelerator. I mean, let's begin with the theme of the summit itself, making MSMEs future ready through digital transformation. I think it largely can be summarized with these two approaches. I mean, one is of course digital funding, and thanks to my colleagues before me who spoke in length about the digital funding spectrum, the scope of the products, the timeline, the quantum, and everything. So I'll gonna keep it a little quick. So digital funding, I would say it's addressing the problem at hand. It's addressing a scenario that is at hand. While the larger solution is actually having a virtual 360 consulting platform, right? I believe in the spirit of the summit, making MSMEs future ready, it's not just addressing the problems at hand, it's also addressing the problems that are along the journey that would make these independent, unmaneuvered, unguided SMEs or MSMEs into high growth companies that could potentially be capable of, say, an SME listing or an PE fundraise. Today, SME is the quantum, or the MSME is the quantum, or the nature of business that they do. It's hardly it's making its meat. It's largely to do about getting through the processes of the day, getting through the process of the month, getting through the targets of the year. But if you really look at if there is a vision and a larger goal towards enabling and growing systems in place, you largely see great lacuna, whether it is in terms of having system integration, whether it is corporate governance, whether it is virtual CFO systems in place, or whether it is your IT enablement. So hence I would say the second aspect of this approach, the virtual 360 consulting, addresses actually the problems that actually enable the SMEs strengthen over the journey to actually be capable companies that can actually be worthy of private equity investments, worthy of being SME listed. So I would talk about the first context on a very brief, since my previous counterparts already touched base upon it. Digital funding, these are a full spectrum of solutions, or at least the larger solutions that I deal with, we deal with today. The ones on the left side, the secured and the unsecured funding structures, my colleagues have already touched base upon it, hence I took the benefit to rather focus on the right side of the subject, which is structured debt. Structured debt today is largely, I would say, these are customized solutions. Particularly now, the reason I mentioned it's an investment banker viewpoint is these are solutions that needs to be sat down with a consultative mindset, understanding as to what else is possible apart from the conventional working capital, ODCC, term loans, and project finance kind of capacities, whether it is secured or unsecured without a collateral. Now today, across the MSME space, I would address this structured debt offerings, whether it is venture debt, revolving credit, RBF, invoice discountings, NCDs, PO financing, bridge financing, acquisition financing. All these are broadly understanding the end goal or the end requirement of the entity, right? And understanding how to structure it keeping into account how do you underwrite the credit norms, how do you meet the end goals, how do you make the transaction happen. I would say these are largely digital solutions to a certain extent, to a rather greater extent actually. But the fact that today these solutions are being deployable to the market, even the thought of even having the solution deployed to the market is by the fact that these are supported by the digital evaluation mechanism behind it. I mean the various evaluation mechanisms and KYC authentication mechanisms that the bankers spoke of earlier. These take a little above it, so that you can look at the entity with a more broader and a more introspective mindset, right? So otherwise, the solutions are pretty much self-explanatory from the nomenclature itself. So I wouldn't dwell on it more, because again, the entire funding aspect or doing the fundraising alone is part of fixing the problem. It's part of addressing the problem as of now. But the larger aspect that responds to the spirit of the summit is actually a consultative approach, hence SME 360 Accelerator. Before I say what happens under this SME 360 Accelerator, I would say what is it all about. SME 360 Accelerator is, in very simple terms, a unified holistic platform that is all about the entire spectrum of business consulting services that an SME and MSME might need, right? From covering from incorporation to business advisory, to legal, to corporate governance, to virtual CFO services, to the end milestone of fundraising, to an extent of even listing. So today, this is a first of a kind pilot or an accelerator that we're doing in the Hyderabad ecosystem now, with the collective guidance of T-Hub, all the major trade bodies, CII, HICIA, and all the major trade bodies and the business forums put together. Because today, individually in silos, we are not able to address the end-to-end solution that an SME might need, that actually builds them from being an independent and unguided entities to actually grow into high-growth entities that could be funded or listed. So hence the platform. This broadly talks about 4 pillars of support. Business consulting, it covers all aspects of your incorporation, to business reports, to due diligence, to your valuation aspects. Strategic consulting is all to do about business growth, BD, business growth strategies. You know, how do you access new markets? How do you take to new markets? How do you enter new product areas? I mean, it's a very detailed scope of an exercise.
Mr. Ahmed, a small request. Could you actually finish your presentation?
Yeah, this is my last slide. Virtual CFO advisory is the crux of this consulting, from the point of view that one large element that SMEs lag, because of which you can call them independent entities or unguided entities, is for the fact that they don't have a full-time CFO on board. They need a guidance from a CFO who could take them to this longer journey of getting the systems enablement in place, corporate governance in place, working capital structuring in place, to the extent of fundraising, which is the last aspect of it. Now, fundraising is the last solution. It is largely to do at particular life stage of the business, what might be required, like the structured and unstructured solutions that I just spoke a while ago. But broadly, this platform is over and above the fundraising aspect of it. It's broadly building the other support and the long run elements towards actually making them growth entities that today a local SME ecosystem can be proud of. Not just being independent entities, but capable high growth firms which can be worthy of being listed. That's it for me, guys. We can take up the Q&A session during the lunch hour, because I guess we are already lagging behind time.
Yeah, we are behind schedule, Mr.
Thanks.
Thank you for the informative session, Mr. Ahmed. Now I request Mr. Himanshu to give his presentation.
Thank you so much. Good to have the presentation up. To start with, I'll just give you a broad outlook of what SIDBI's been and what SIDBI's been doing, although most of us do know what it is. We have been around for more than 3 decades. Largely, we are a refinancing agency. We do a lot of institutional finance. Our institutional finance book stands at more than 3.5 lakh crores today. You think of a bank, most of them are customers, including the private one. We do a lot of direct credit. A few of our customers are here. We have a lot of stress off late. Of course, we've been doing green finance for nearly 1.5 decades when we started with JICA. But green finance has taken a new fillip with the Prime Minister announcing Panchamrit. We do a lot of work on cluster development, venture capital, guarantee programs, policy advocacy, and of course, we'll talk about the digital initiatives which SIDBI has done of late, so that it comes in with the theme of the program. A small snapshot of where we stand. Today, we started in 91 with a balance sheet of around 8,000 crores, and today we closed at around 3.75 lakh crores. We aim to close this year much higher. We are a AAA rated institution established by an Act of Parliament. We have more than 95 branches. Very lean organization with only 1,000 employees. And we are 100% owned either by Government of India or Government of India owned entities. Just as a snapshot, I wanted to leave this thought behind with people that green finance today is something which is very important to us. We have been trying to embed the green finance culture into our clients, and we also work on the Green India financial systems along with the Shakti Foundation and the AFD, who are an international partner, for shaping the dialogue with IBA, with RBI, and with the Government of India. We have a lot of international partners there. We have done a saving of around 1,800 gigawatt hours per annum through our interventions so far. Some numbers are there. We have a solar mission where we want to actually put up 2,500 solar rooftops every year. We also have a specialized team for financing EVs and EV related infrastructure. We bring out Sustainability Perception Index in collaboration with one of the finest agencies in India. And we also run the GRID project, which is largely concentrating on switching fuels and other things to make it greener. Then we talk of, as I come to what have been the digital initiatives that SIDBI has done so far. We've been largely, all our digital initiatives have been based on utilizing and anchoring on the various digital public infrastructure which is available, the identity rails, which is Aadhaar, PAN, KYC, bureaus, e-sign, GST, ITR, the payment rails, which is UPI, RuPay, NASH, Bharat QR, other enabled payments, and now of course the data sharing rails, which come in form of the Open network and account aggregators. So we talk a little bit about the various digital platforms which SIDBI has created as a public good. We started with the Udyami Mitra platform, and today we have 160,000 bank branches, 160,000 bank branches on the platform, and 200,000 community centers which are integrated on the platform, which can be approached to getting in-principle approvals for small loans through the platform. We run 7 flagship Government of India programs for credit and subsidy for these schemes, including the MOVA program, and approximately 50 lakh units have been supported through this. Then we have the PSB 59, which was spoken about recently. It is an outcome of an initiative which we started in 2018. We tried to create a credit marketplace which actually democratizes credit. So you, as a customer, has a choice, where you want to pick up your credit from. This provides quick loan offers and then more than 30 lenders. And you will be actually surprised to know that in the last 3 years, this has done 55,000 crores worth of sanctions. 55,000 crores, not a small amount. And out of this 55,000 crores, and these are MSME loans, nearly 42,000 crores have got disbursed. So, there's a lot of talk that you get in-principle approvals, but a lot of them fructify. Then, of course, there's the RXIL, which is the TREDS platform run by SIDBI and NSE jointly, which addresses the delayed payment of MSME, which MSMEs have been facing of long. On the platform, nearly 25,000 crores of worth of invoices have been discounted. We have purchasers as well as 2,000 MSMEs on the platform. The latest initiative which was done with the Ministry of MSME is to actually create, formalize the informal sector and created the Udyam Assist platform, which allows the informal units to register and obtain a Udyam Aadhaar. As we actually progressed, and so we did a lot of things on microfinance, and then we saw that the cost of credit to people who are seeking microfinance or moving up the chain from microfinance was too high, and we thought that we should come out with a scheme where we can actually reduce this cost. So to make affordable credit available to the informal micro enterprises, we do loans up to 50,000 to 500,000, that is 5 lakh rupees on these, and these are totally platform-driven digital loans. There have been more than 1 lakh beneficiaries so far, and 85% of them are women. We work with MFIs, we work with banking correspondent companies, corporates and aggregators, even NBFCs in implementing this. And this is largely a digital process where application, credit appraisal, and documentation is all digital. Only the monitoring and follow-up is physical. So we call it a physical process so far, because monitoring is something which we've not yet been able to figure out as to how to do it. So just to take you in, you have an app where a person applies for a Prayas loan through the mobile app. Same eKYC, geotagging, bureau check, etc. happen through the app as he gives permissions, and then on the Prayas web portal, the SIDBI appraising officer will appraise and close in the loan. And once the risk rating and sanction rejection has been done, on signing off on the digital document execution, the loan would be disbursed. So this is an end-to-end digital process which is working very smoothly with around 51 partners in the country. To address what our friend Ahmed was saying, that invoice discounting is a one-to-one kind of thing, and to democratize that, SIDBI worked in the RBI sandbox, and we have piloted and now commercialized GST CII. So this actually rides on the GST database and allows people to discount their invoices and obtain instant credit against them. So there's a 3-stage journey. You register, you get a loan offer, and you do e-documentation, and then you get a disbursement and a repayment. Just taking you across, so this are the building blocks. You have 35%, as we know, 35% share of GST is coming from MSMEs. GST CII promotes cash flow based lending, encourages registration of MSMEs on GST, and collaborates with industry initiatives. We have standardized open protocols, we use OCEN, account aggregator framework, India Stack, which is GST and e-sign, stamp, e-nash, etc. And that it is end-to-end digitized. What the journey is that you go on the app, use your mobile number, register, give access to your GST details. Once you are registered, you can choose your banks and loan, you can do your e-documentation. And once you have done your e-documentation, you get a limit. And on the basis of that limit, you can discount your invoices. And you get disbursement into the identified account. The repayment is through e-nash. So you set up auto debit and disbursement will happen. This is actually going to be very useful for people in future. We feel that this will actually do away with the working capital requirements of the industry. So this is where the future is going. This is the disbursement and repayment part of it. Then of course we have something which is...
Sorry for interrupting. Could you actually rush through it quickly, sir?
Yeah.
Could you actually rush through it quickly so everybody's...
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Thank you, sir.
So this is the last slide which I have, which is a product which we have bought in, which is end-to-end digitized for MSME. It is a straight-through process which uses all the digital public infrastructure, GST, MCA, ITR. All of us do the same thing, my friends at Union also do the same thing. We also, in addition, use risk assessment using Jakarta, FixScore, which is a product of Civil and OPL, and CMR. And the underwriting is entirely end-to-end digital, and so is the documentation and disbursement. So you need to get into our website, log in, create your requirement, and loans up to 1 crore, depending on your leverage, etc., can be done, can be disbursed within 48 hours.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are going to talk only about MSMEs. We are not going to talk about how India is shining, how the world is doing a roaring business, and how we should actually work for our pie in the sky. No, we will only talk about here and now and about MSMEs. Second, we are not going to talk about jargon. The huge tectonic shift in the landscape of MSMEs is going to be extremely beneficial in orbit shifting our economy. We are not going to talk about those things. Okay, that's jargon. 3, we will actually talk about your questions. So it's going to be very, very relevant. It's going to be probably addressing some of the concerns that you may have, and collectively we can find some solutions. And the topic is what are the challenges in adopting digital technologies by MSMEs? As simple as that. We'll stick to challenges and probably come up with some solutions here and there. So that's going to be broadly why you have to be part of this session. We will exactly take 30 minutes, not more than that, because one of our panelists will have to catch a flight, so there's no other option. This story everyone knows. What is a micro, what is small, and what is medium? I'll skip this thing. If your plant, equipment, and machinery, everything put together, investment is not more than 1 crore, and your turnover, annual turnover is not more than 5 crores, it is micro. And then if it is 10 crore investment and more than 50 crore turnover, it is small. And of course 50 and 250, this is what everyone knows. I'll skip all my slides and I'll go directly to, everyone knows these things. We have done very recently 2 action research projects. One is Digital Street. This is adoption of digital technologies by street vendors. So there are lots of learnings out there. That is one. And second, the ongoing project is called Digital Green. This is adoption of digital technologies for environmental sustainability. Bearing the sustainability in mind, how do we adopt and be conscious of the offshoots of using these technologies? I think these are the broad 2 areas in which we have been researching. The first one is already over. We have submitted the reports to the stakeholders. The second one is still going on. We have partnered with a German NGO, and we are doing this research in various cities, Hyderabad to Delhi to Rajasthan, that is Jaipur, to Bangalore, Pune, Dehradun, Ahmedabad, so on and so forth. I'll talk about very few. I'll skip all these things. These are just backup kind of material. I'll just go to thank you slide so that you listen to me. See, the challenges that we are facing are multifold. The challenges that we are facing are multifold. First, in terms of adopting technologies itself. A lot of these people, when we have spoken to garment manufacturers, when we have spoken to micro level entrepreneurs who are into supplying to these garment manufacturers, who live in Bangalore, who live in Tirupur, who live in small areas, Nalgonda, and all these locations. Most of them do not have the overall bigger grasp of what they should be conscious of. They are more worried about movement of their product and a cross movement of money for their product. I think this is in simple language what they are worried about. The large numbers that we project, we have to look at the percentages of the segments. And the largest segment that we have here and we have to worry about, like in agriculture we say, there are a large number of small acre holding farmers. Similarly here also micro is going to be very large. But if our solutions or talks are not focused on these large segments, it's again going to be off the mark. So when we spoke to these small people, when we spoke to these entrepreneurs, they understand what we are talking. It is not that they don't have any understanding. Are they ready to adopt? They may be ready to adopt, but the dominance is in terms of areas of, being manageable, having a manageable cash flow. I think that's where everything works around. If it is working very well with respect to their market, if it is working very well with respect to their produce, and if the intermediaries are rewarding them suitably, I'm sure then they will be able to focus on these things. The theories that we carry from here and we teach them in terms of, say for example, mobile broadband. Everyone knows mobile broadband. Cloud computing, a lot of people understand cloud computing. Big data, a lot of people understand that. IoT and its applications, everyone understands that. But will they get down to using it? What are the challenges that we have faced? Some of the challenges I have identified here. Obviously, they are there on the slides. Now, when we go back into specific discussions, we have three distinguished gentlemen here. Now, when we talk about the specific challenges that they can list, and also when they can address some of the challenges that you may raise, that will be much, much more relevant. I'll stop here and we'll begin now. Now, let us pivot this. How many of you have questions for this session? You can raise your hands. Please raise your hands. 2-3 से नहीं चलेगा. 2-3 से तो नहीं चलेगा. हाँ, ठीक है. Yes. What we will do is we'll pivot it. We will take questions first, and our responses will be dovetailed to address those questions, and that's going to be the discussion. Okay? Please, questions. Yes, Divakar. You don't need a mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, great session since morning. There are a lot of metrics have been spoken. We have 7 crore MSMEs, and there is a distinguished micro, small, medium, and all that. And we have 5,000 companies which are listed in stock exchange. Out of that, 1,200 to 1,300 companies contribute to 90% of market capital. What kind of a democratization we have done? If you see the numbers, it should be allowing and enabling MSMEs to really get into that number of listed companies. So past 60 years what we have been doing, are we happy what we are doing? What should be done?
Okay, good framework related question. We'll respond. I think we'll give that to Satya only. Yes, Satya.
I'm just paraphrasing the question. So, from this session's perspective, if I paraphrase your question, that how can the MSMEs, or what stops the MSMEs to get into, to leverage this market capitalization part? Because as you can see, only 90%, out of the 7 crore, only 5,000 are listed, and out of which only 1,200 contribute to 90%. So why are we missing out? Can digital help there? Can I put the question like this, and then we will try to answer.
As we said, we'll take all the questions first. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely no.
Again, if I paraphrase your question just for this thing, so how can we ensure that the stakeholders who are supposed to help the MSMEs are themselves aware of how can they help the MSMEs. Can I put it this way? Okay. So banker is just one example, and I'm sure there could be other examples.
But if you can ask questions that are specific to your requirement, it will be more relevant. So much so, we will respond to only those questions. Otherwise, we will talk general, you will talk general. How do you motivate me? That type of question I would like to have. मेरा बिजनेस ये है, मेरा फैक्ट्री यहाँ पर है, मेरे यही दिक्कतें हैं. How do you solve this? That type of question is expected. Okay. Please. Yes, sir.
So I'm Sandeep. I'm into capital consulting and coaching for MSMEs. By and large, we deal 1 or 2 clients in a month, and it's mostly related to their credit side. By the time they come to us, they'll have one project report which says bankable project report, but their business is not bankable. So we try to make them that it's a longer turnaround time, is at least a quarter, half year, and all. So in this context, how you can help me, how digitization or anybody how can you reach out to, I was asking Malavika also that you have to productize your service content, and so that then you can, so similar, anything of that sort that can help us.
The question is difficult. You want to paraphrase it? Okay. So the question is actually very difficult, given that the problem itself is very difficult. Am I right? This question you can ask to all the panels. Wonderful. While we are compelled to focus only on the topic, you can talk anything other than the topic. Superb. Yeah, we'll come to it.
So, I have exactly the question that Sudhakar Rao sir was telling. So, I have a factory in Adivatla. I make defense and aerospace. We make systems and subsystems for fighter aircraft and missiles for DRDOs. Customized. Now, it will not be out of way to say that I am not making enough money. I would like to export, but I don't have a product. I am making customized systems for them. So how can you help me?
A very good session will have few unanswered questions. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Ram Mohan. I am an entrepreneur. So my question here is, how we can create a level playing field for digital transformation on par with bigger companies for MSMEs. So what I mean to say is that so today all the large companies can afford to have all the digital transformation tools. But when it comes to the MSME, one is affordability, another is their knowledge to acquire those tools. What kind of tools that they need?
It's largely a function of affordability. Yeah. Any other? Sir.
We make customized products. I want to know from Vamsi and Srinivas, because I've been struggling to implement ERP in my company for the last 3 years. So I want to know how I can. Is it right? It's a direct question.
Any more? Yes, sir.
For MSMEs, I take the liberty on this point. What is, from your view, that MSME has to be successful for year-round actually order processing and profits? What are the best solutions you imagine and think of?
Good. Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yeah, we will try and respond to some of these questions, and if you have not responded, you can understand that we don't have any answer. Okay? Yeah, please. Street vendors. Oh, good. I'll give one or two examples. That will come last. Okay. We will do like this. All the questions have been noted by all of us. Satya will respond to at least 2-3 questions. Is it okay? Yeah. And then we can keep on adding. But very quickly we'll try and finish. Yeah. You have 13 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll take the liberty of answering in any order. I hope that's okay with you. But we will again check back, where we have answered and not answered. We'll check that. So I think I'll start off with the question that somebody talked about, creating an awareness, to do things, as well as the affordability part. So I'm going to take that together. See, one of the major challenges today for an MSME is that, is digital transformation required for me? If the answer is yes, then what is that I need to digitalize or digitally transform? And how much it will cost me, and how should where should I go? Who are the people who can help me? These are the broad things that typically anybody who starts a digital journey will have, right? So, and there is already a lot of confusing words like digitization, digital transformation, and so on. And each one is valid from its own perspective, but they are also very different from one to another, right? So, one of the things that somebody has to, what we see, when I represent a center within CII called CII's, Center for Digital Transformation. It is done with Tata Communications, so it's called CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. So we work with MSMEs just to help them on some of these things. And the awareness creation is the first thing that has to be really focused on. Like, what is that you need? And to do that, typically, you can use any method. I'm just suggesting a method. So, you look at, you apply a model called, digital maturity rating or something, so you try to talk to the company, understand the as-is processes that they have, what are the pain points that they have, and what are the opportunities that typically exist. So that you can easily get from by asking the right set of questions and getting the answers. And using this method, for example, in our center, so we do this and then we go and tell you, okay, these are the opportunities that, you are at this level, you seem to have strengths in, say, customer-facing processes, you seem to have doing well, whereas employee-facing processes, there are a lot of issues in that, or operational processes, you have not even touched it. So like this, it can give you some kind of a mirror to you, saying that these are the things that you need to do. So that's, creating the awareness, creating a baseline of where you are today, and then you look at the affordability part. Like, now you need to know, you don't have the, the reach of say large company, so that you can go for end-to-end transformation in one go. So you then start prioritizing what is more important for you. So for example, many people will say that I don't want to touch anything on the customer side because that is too risky for me, whereas I can go and automate a few things on my shop floor because that's going to give me some immediate benefits, right? So that's something that, there are many methods by which you can do that, to see what is that you require on the, prioritization, and show some immediate successes, because your management, whether it is a owner led one or is it a corporate led one, in both cases, you need to be convincing somebody saying that it is worth investing money on this. But for that,
it's like a chicken and egg situation. So, you need to show some, quick results, the low-hanging ones, right? And that's where I'm suggesting that, you go for some digital intervention on the shop floor side. It's going to improve your efficiency, it's going to improve your productivity and so on, which will then open up your purse for other these things. I'll come back to some of these things once again, but if somebody wants to add.
Yeah, I can add. So, many points were raised on how do we push MSMEs to contribute more? How do I become a bankable business so banks will give me a loan or capital? Why only certain percentage of companies are profitable while rest of them are not? So it all comes down to the business model, whether is it profitable, whether it is scalable, whether it is sustainable. Anyway, I'm deviating slightly away from the topic because the forum is more on adoption challenges of digital technologies. But so first, why that skewness in some success, some not success is probably there's a problem in the business model itself. Now, there's a specific challenge someone raised about defense and aerospace who make customized solutions, but you're not able to become profitable or you're not making. So I think now you need to introspect and analyze. So where is it you're lagging? Is it because the product or service which you're selling is too commoditized in the market where you are not able to command a premium? Or is it something to do with not enough of sales pipeline? Is it something to do with high cost of the product and it is taking too much time for you to manufacture it? So the cycle time is too high and you're not able to create enough products to cater to a larger market. So just for the sake of discussion, I'll take the sales. So here I would like to blend it to how this is a challenge in our digital scenario. So as a customized solution, it's not like everyone out there is going to buy customized defense and aerospace solutions, right? You need to focus and find that right target customer who actually wants to buy it. It's not some off-the-shelf product which everyone is going to come and buy it. So now this is where digital technologies like digital marketing and AI, to some extent, you can leverage to identify those target customers to reach out to them. So this is something similar to a challenge which I can relate to. So I am from Moltech Technologies, so we do a lot of custom solutions for OEM suppliers for manufacturing body components. Now, body components, engineering, design solutions is my service. So it's not like they're everywhere. I need to identify where they are. They're across the globe, and I need to leverage technology to try and reach them. I need to try and appeal to their need and try to project that USP, the unique selling proposition. Why should he give me work over some other guy? So this is one challenge where how do you reach a global audience, using these digital technologies. There are so many challenges out there. So there's so many platforms to choose from. It could be Instagram, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Facebook, it could be Google, they say SEO. So how do you choose the right platform or the forum through which you try to reach your audience or target customer? So that's one challenge. So this is something which probably you can start experimenting with some free tools to start with. Try to understand and research the market where your possible target customers are. So there are a lot of AI tools which are available which do the research for you. This is very brand new. You don't have to search in Google for it. There are some tools where you go there. A free one itself gives an entire market potential of the market, the specific market which you want. It gives the market potential and it basically scrapes the entire internet and gets that data for you in a research manner. So maybe this could be a starting point for you to understand whether your business has the right potential. Then probably you can start using other AI tools to expand and research and reach out to your target customers. This I'm talking assuming a sales and a marketing challenge.
Assuming it's a sales and marketing problem.
And adoption challenge from a digital perspective.
The little bit of digital in this answer is about adopting cutting edge technologies to sharpen your communication and reach and effectiveness. Otherwise, we'll be going back to the previous panel in how you can market, how you can use social media, how you can expand your reach and so on and so forth. However, I appreciate that problem. But sir, do you have LinkedIn presence? Yes. Okay. By what name, sir? In your name. Organizational do you have, sir? Can we immediately open that, sir? I'll come back to this thing. I can give you many more suggestions also, and I'll specifically talk to you off the stage as well. But in the meantime, we'll request Srinivas sir to help us understand the hurdles in the journey of adopting, implementing, improvising ERP for smaller organizations. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Srinivas, Managing Director of Equic Dice and Molds. This is about a 35 years old company, and we have started implementing ERP way back in 2002. So we had, so basically like what sir said, we were also making the tailor-made products at that point of time, and it's very difficult to sustain. I can imagine your problem as my problem when I was in 2002. We had no other baskets of money invested in any other branches where we have been investing towards in tool room only, where tailor-made products only can be made. So we are specialized, good name and fame everywhere in making manufacturing dies, but ultimately the bottom line counts. So in that transformation, but every die is a challenge, everything is a different one. So if you have to make a car engine die, it is different. If it is motorcycle, it is different. So we have to account properly how we are going and what is making us to put in this situation where we are not able to progress, neither we are able to. We have to make progress means we have to make the bottom line. So if the bottom line is not there, definitely there is no meaning in staying in that business, and we all get disappointed. That point of time, we had the same situation. We thought how we can transform. Luckily, we had a friend who was working in the similar platform that point of time on Oracle-based ERP solutions. We called him, we interacted, because luckily the whole team of our management is technocrats. That's one problem. We expect micro things to improve, but we all started because I can imagine Prasad Reddy Garu, he is more senior in the industry than me, and he says since last 3-4 years he is struggling. So my answer probably can meet him. This is the journey which the owner, along with the core team, has to take with the full interest. Right from giving a code for material, whatever you buy, and giving a code to your employee, identification to your machine, process, every setup. So that is a big challenging job which MSMEs, we start with, actually I had a presentation which I would have explained in the sequence, but now we are all running out of time, and I'll just try to make it. Yeah, because so we have got 4 M's. We have got a manpower, machines, process, and the material. So the 4 M's have to be addressed apart from the system. In the system point of view, whatever you have it, you can integrate it by giving. Everywhere you have a challenge, and it has to be with the patients. Everyone has to work from operator level to the HR person to the security guard to everywhere, the source person. So if whole journey starts with what is the count you have manpower, you will have to give a code and how he works. What is the set of rules that you have to decide for a human that is coming inside the plant, and how effectively you are using in every area. Security guard, he does his duty, and the source fellow, he does his different duty, and what is the output. he has to put it in record. So we'll have to create a job card for the work whatever he is doing. If the design engineer works on his 8 hours in a different, we will be at any point of time, we will be running with 50 or 100 projects. So on which project he is working for half an hour, 15 minutes, sometimes he has to attend for a HR training. So all that thing in the human area you have to make it. And the same way on the materials front, which is again, right from, it's again a challenge. Getting material for dye is totally different from if you are producing a plastic part, you get 10 tons of plastic material, whatever is the grade, or aluminum, you get it, you process it. But that area also has got a different challenge. But in this scenario, we have to get the material, then process in stage wise. That means method, out of 4 M's, a method has to be fully made it. So you have stages of operations everywhere. You need to derive each operation, the sequence. If you are getting a dye, how material block up, what will be the operation code, like that you will have to make it. So the man, material, then the method, whatever is the process that you come across to produce a dye, that area also you will have to make coding. Then this process has to be explained with a flow chart to the person who is doing. Now, this is about 20 years back, it was very tough. Recently, for around 8 years back, we have adopted, we have been doing this for our tool room based on Oracle, and we could integrate it, but ultimately we have to hire the in-house team. We have got around 3 people working on ERP for our Equic group. We had other companies where we are making aluminum die casting components. Then we were more matured and we could engage TCS. They have an excellent ERP platform, Edition CII, which is again, we thought it is cake to eat, but it is not so. There also we had the challenges. So the similar challenges, it's again, everything we have to customize it to our requirement, because we get 10 tons of material and it goes into 50 varieties of parts. How can we digitize it? I mean, how can we evaluate it? These are all the challenges, right from material to dispatch we had, and we have to do it patiently, and it costs money. And it is an unknown area we are entering. How much is the money budget? Again, as an MSME, we cannot budgetize this. We don't even budget for 1 year. How can we budget unknown area which will not cost? But you have to take little amount of pain. The other question what sir was asking, I'll try to, what I could observe, how India can grow and become a 5 trillion economy. There's a lot of programs announced by the MSME ministry in adopting these technologies. Even if you are implementing ERP or any digital this thing, you have to upgrade your systems. You have the schemes. So if you are able to make use of it and make use of the, see, we had last session, which is again supported by government of Telangana, which is again a news for me, that they are also trying to help. I also learned something on the digital marketing side. They are also trying to support. This is ONDC is a nationwide program, so which they would like to implement it here. So ultimately the sky is the limit how we can implement, like no product to the product. Then you have the information, you have got a right to, you will be able to take a right decision. If there is no information, then we all will be in dark. Suppose in the ERP you get, what is the cycle time that so many hours you have taken for producing. What is the next die, how you can reduce the cycle time, all that thing. And if person is absent, you don't have the proper system. If his output is less, you have a person who is an elephant for you and you cannot measure the output. He comes and goes. That is also you can evaluate in the digital. So it's a miracle that you can achieve, but it is overall, I can see the entire process overall involved in each and every section. They have to put their heart and soul and try to digitize it as possible. Then there will be a lot of resistance from each and every department, which is probably Reddy sir must be facing. So, अरे ये करेगा तो क्या होगा? What will happen? Everything will come into the surface. Probably, if a person is doing mistakes, his mistakes per year are counting to sales. So when the year end comes, if you show he comes for evaluation, then you say you have done so many mistakes. So that tendency, the opposition from the people will be there. But if you don't count it, then you are carrying only elephants, not the horses, where it will take forward. So this is the way how I think slightly I can put it.
Yes, yes.
It is challenging, but it is not that difficult. So we went through the journey. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. We'll come to your point, sir. What sir is talking about is the frameworks. To have the frameworks, MSMEs will have to think big. And the framework is also a function of having good practices. It is not a chicken and egg story. You have to start thinking big and then have good practices, share the vision. It is more people driven in smaller organizations. In bigger organizations, it's more system driven. I think the test of leadership is much more, or in relatable terms, is much more when we are still small and medium. And I think on an everyday basis, we need to create a shared vision organization rather than thinking less or thinking small and having disjointed connections within the organizations. I have some examples, I'll give it to you also. But I think Vamsi wanted to add a point or two. He has been championing the digital transformation in Voltech and several case studies that he has got. Maybe one or two examples you can add to ERP's journey.
So I will just add on to what Mr. Srinivas has been explaining about ERP. So there are other digital initiatives which I am doing, but since we are talking about ERP, I will highlight more. So let's assume, so someone asked a question about affordability and knowledge of the tools. I think right? So let us assume you have the affordability to buy the ERP tool. For now, we'll talk about affordability anyway later. You know the knowledge. So you know which ERP tool to implement. Now if you Google, actually there are hundreds of ERP tools. So first to identify the right ERP tool itself, we get confused. So let us even assume that you know what ERP to implement. So now as a business, so I think here most of the audience are just about to start their business, or they have started and they want to take off. So you also need to look at the future, where now once you come out of the survival mode, you become sustainable and you now aspire to become a successful and a stable business. That is when, like Mr. Sudhakar has mentioned, you need systems. So when your company is small, you as an individual will be running around all the departments and you are managing everything. But as your organization grows, that's when the systems and processes become very important. Now, ERP is one such tool, a digital tool, which helps you manage your whole company by managing the information in your operations. So what happens is now, you got the tool installed, but how do you get the buy-in? Now, many of your team members, like Mr. Srinivas mentioned, they don't like the tool. They may be feeling insecure that, my boss is setting up this tool so he can get rid of me. Those kind of things happen. So, apart from the tool, now these are those advanced challenges which are not digital. These are more people and the thinking and the perception. So here, you as a leader have to have that broader outlook, and you need to have that holistic view of how do I manage these stakeholders. And for you, the clock is ticking. The sooner your ERP gets implemented, that is when you actually start realizing the value of that tool. Till then, it is a white elephant and it's just bleeding. You have to run your existing system, you have to run the new system. Everyone is all getting frustrated, blaming the system. The old system, some are blaming the old one, some are blaming the new one. So, having a very holistic plan, having a step-by-step approach, try to think of it as an investment. When you look at a tool and you're considering it, try to think of it as an investment. The minute you think of it as a cost, you try to reduce it, you go for the lowest, cheapest tool, or you try to see if you can cut somewhere by not hiring some expert to support you. So these all are those additional factors you need to keep in mind. These are slightly more advanced at a later stage, probably once you're established. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah. One observation is that there is something called low equilibrium trap. Low equilibrium trap is you have low energy on anything that you do. For example, this organization's sales are not good, or this organization has achieved just 5% of the sales of the target. The sense of celebration and the value that you attach to that internally and get everyone connected to that will make people aspiring to achieve a little more. Sometimes we don't do that. So that, as you have explained, that spiral down, everything lower, everything lesser, because you treat it as a cost, and your vision is not overarching enough to actually inspire the rest of the people, is going to lead to a low equilibrium trap. And it becomes extremely difficult for us to lift it up from where it has fallen. It can happen in any organization, but more importantly for the segment that we are talking, I think it is leader driven, it is at the top, and the buck stops there, and therefore it has to be driven more. Dime a dozen, there are technologies, there is rationality available for you to select which one. As per your priority, you can do that. But I think that leader driven energy will only avoid us to get into what is called a low equilibrium trap. Satya.
Just wanted to add a word of caution for anyone who wants to embark on the digital transformation path or even digitization path. You will find typically three types of, when you're looking for a consultant to implement this, you will typically get three types of one. One is somebody who's representing an OEM who will come and probably talk about, what are the benefits that somebody will get, by implementing their ERP, their systems, their solutions and so on. But they're going to talk about, their own product actually. So that's one type of this thing. So the second one will be like a system integrator or a technology solution provider. So, he will try to bring in different technologies, but then there is always some kind of an ulterior motive, in terms of trying to push one over the other. You need to be watch out. We need to watch out for that. The third is somebody, people who have spent time in an industry, okay, so they know in and out of that industry, so they have a great, subject matter knowledge, but, post-retirement or about to get retirement, so they also get into, nowadays it has become more of a fact to get in, they get into this line of digital, I'm a digital consultant for this area. Now, there's no doubt that they have a, great talent, in their area. They may be a, supply chain expert, they may be a operational, on the plant, shop floor expert, but they may not be digital experts. Okay, so just what I'm trying to caution you is that whichever method, any method you can go, okay, each one will come with the pros and cons, but do not let anyone sell you a Mercedes-Benz when what you want is just a Maruti 800. Okay, and that's what typically happens with most of the implementations. Somebody comes and does a great job of selling you a Benz when you don't really require it. Okay, so just be aware of that. And that's one thing. The second point is that, to answer the private banker there. So, so there are typically for any, I'm going to answer in a slightly generic way. So, but for any country at any level, there are 3-4 bodies which are important for this digital transformation. So one is, of course, the government itself. So what kind of enablement that they need to do. For example, India has been doing a lot, at least in the last, few years. I was so lucky to be present when Mr. Nandan Nilekani from Infosys presented before, B20. So he talked about the digital journey of what they are doing for everybody, including MSME, the Aadhaar infrastructure that is today underlying can be utilized for a lot of other things. So he talked about. So they have a role. And, for example, Singapore has a model called Go First Digital kind of a model where they help you on planning, execution and awareness creation. So they talk about, so India also should be doing more or already doing more. So that's one thing. The second is there is a role of academic institutions, whether they offer courses specifically, tailored for MSMEs, what is digital for MSMEs and so on. For example, we recently did one program with IIM Udaipur just to, what is digital transformation for small and medium-sized companies. We talked about it. So that's one thing. The third is
the role of industry associations, whether it is CII or FICCI or anyone, so what is that the role? How do they bridge the gap between the industry and the government and the other stakeholders? And last is create a pool of SME digital consultants who will be able to do that. Again, there are at the skill development, there is a Government of India initiative called Skill Development. So they're trying to address this part. So hopefully, if all these things, all these places work well, the problem that you face should not happen, but that's how it is.
I'll give a slight twist to that answer. Information and response to an existing policy is more than an awareness issue, it's a T&D issue. You're a trainer, right? So it's in your domain. In the sense that, I know. For example, certain functional areas determine the behavior of the people working in those areas. For example, take Diwakar. He is a salesperson. Okay, even if he is dying, he will sell something and die. I'm just taking the liberty of taking your name. So in certain functional areas, you have behaviors that are very, very different. In my organization, I don't want to say about anybody else. I know it is true to everyone. The accountants behave in such a manner that everyone else is a thief. किसी से बात नहीं करते, अगर बात करते हैं तो ऐसा डाउट करके बात करते हैं, as if the organization is resting only on their shoulders. There are lots of such issues. So functional areas determine your behaviors, and it's a T&D issue. And even if Prime Minister announces with so much of fanfare that they have announced this, that, the bank says, हमको तो पता ही नहीं है, ये तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं है, there is no such scheme. ऐसा बोलते हैं. They do like that. Okay. The other thing that I want to mention is to respond to our friend. The Government of India, I don't know whether the Prime Minister announced, but I read this yesterday in Economic Times. There is a new scheme called OCEN, Open Credit Enabling Network. Okay. Now, this gives you credit funding which moves away from your collateral-based credit to cash flow based crediting. I think this, if it is realized, and if you go and talk to those banks or bankers or middlemen, if they understand what this is and they explain to you, I'm sure you will be benefited. And there is some solution lying in this initiative. It is laudable, definitely. This is a good initiative. Am I somewhere closer to an answer that you are seeking? Great. And what did we not answer is the question next. I will answer that. No. You want to? No, our Satya doesn't have any question. Under this pretext, I can close it. But I will answer that question. See, it's a journey. What Diwakar has asked is about what have we done in the last 60 years and what are we doing. It's a very politically sharp question. I will not fall into that trap. But largely this country has been progressing, and some of them take a lot of time to fructify and some of them will take a shorter time to fructify. Industry bodies like CII is doing a fantastic job. If they have an inventory of consultants who can be specialized into say less than 20 crore manufacturing setup base where ERP has to be implemented, or some kind of consultants, segmented consultants, if they have an inventory, that will be extremely useful. Academics like us should not just IIM Udaipur, I think smaller institutions which are not the I schools. I come from one, but they haven't done much other than collecting large fees. Sorry, we come from one. So what the institutions will have to do is to get down to the streets and start working with the people and generate solutions there. I think design thinking solutions will have to come if you are a matured institution. That is your give back to the country. If it is not a design thinking kind of a solution, it is waste. Those solutions only will work for this country. This country has got 1,000 countries within. If anybody says one nation, one plan, that is a strategic mistake. We need to unify the country, that's a different story altogether, politically. But solutions will have to be multiple. Understand the reality, which is plural, and then give so many solutions to so many segments. Get down there. Otherwise, in the ivory towers, if we strategize and try and attempt some generic solutions, it will not work. We have to go. What we have done is on the streets. For street vendors, somebody has asked the question. The street vendors, we have done, I was explaining to my colleagues, I'll just take half a minute. We have taken one example of the Sunday Mela in Sanat Nagar. Every Sunday they have a street vendor sitting there. It's a designated place. So some of the students have come up with this solution after interaction and all those things, that they have similar kind of products, and there are 4 people. They come from one kind of an organization. They are brothers or related people. So his name is Vamsi, Sudhakar, Satya and Srinivas. We are all cousins. We go to Sanat Nagar. He sells balloons. I sell balloon inflated toys. He sells inflated balls, and he sells bags to carry all these things. Okay, assume this is just an example. But the solution is real. He holds a card which says John. I hold a card, name card, which is very big and visible, Johnny. He holds a name card saying Janardhan, John, Johnny, Janardhan, something like that. They came up with this solution. And these people don't sit in the stall that they have. These people keep moving. Stall is there. Keep moving, and they have a small audio bite that they have, which they keep on playing, and they attract people to come back. And if anybody observes them, you can complete the picture saying that these four people come from the same house or come from the same family. So the other one is to use reels or update your WhatsApp status. You have your customers, take their numbers. If you have new products coming, they ask for a certain color of the product now. A pink inflated balloon that they want, a small toy balloon. You can immediately tell them, even if you are not on Sunday, even on Saturday or Friday, you can tell them. You can ask them to come and collect. So small incremental, this is for the micro street vendors I'm talking. Today they are earning 2,000 rupees. Tomorrow, by using these small technologies or adoption of these practices, they may take home 2,500. That makes a very, very big difference. It may not mean anything to us, but to them, 2,000 to 2,500 is a big jump. All by using the small freely available techniques and tools. WhatsApp, for example, small videos, status updates, and things like that. Okay? Looks like we are done. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So this session is a very important one, transforming MSMEs through digital marketing and e-commerce for enhanced efficiency. So MSME is a very important sector, as we all know, which makes major contributions to the country's GDP as well as employment. In Telangana itself, we have almost 26 lakh MSMEs according to Ministry of MSME annual report, and more than 25 lakhs are actually micro units. So it is actually important to understand what are the factors which slow down the growth of MSMEs. And there was a study by Boston Consulting Group in 2016, which we referred, and there were some conclusions that they came out with. One was that they listed a set of factors which slow MSME growth. A couple of them were like lack of financing, policy, and other factors. But the topmost factor which was identified was lack of technology. And they summarize that the tech leaders, they actually have an annual growth rate, revenue growth rate of about 28%, whereas tech laggards have only about growth rate of 13%, which is a major gap. And they also, put forth some case studies which showed how technology helped MSMEs in making, a big growth transition. So we all know how the pandemic, made MSMEs realize the value of having an online presence. And in fact, now when we conduct online awareness sessions about, becoming digitized or whatever, the question is not why we should do it anymore. The dialogue starts on, how we could actually become digitized, or how we could come onto more and more platforms and be visible online. So even before COVID started, our department was actually, we started working on this initiative called Digitizing MSMEs, in which we selected a set of IT companies from across the state, companies like Now Floats, O2O Now, Zoho, Microsoft and others. And then we approached a lot of these local industry associations. And what we started doing was conducting awareness sessions in their industrial parks in and around, and helping MSMEs to understand how important technology is, and you cannot be left behind. So there were some positive reactions, and then we started expanding this to our district levels, conducted pakwadas in 2017-18. But there was some hesitancy, we realized. MSMEs, not many of them were coming on board. And we realized that cost was a very major factor for them in becoming digitized. And some of these solutions were maybe too expensive for them. So then we started looking for more solutions which would help MSMEs to, have a one-stop solution for them, where they could get all their major digital needs fulfilled. So then we, came across this platform, Global Linker. Malvika, my colleague, is here from Global Linker. And then we created this Telangana State Global Linker portal, which is actually a one-stop solution for MSMEs. They create websites, e-commerce stores, they conduct awareness sessions for MSMEs, and a lot of bunch of services which Malvika will talk about. And this was actually like a turning point for us. And today, actually, I'm happy to share that we have 14,000 plus MSMEs registered onto this platform. And many of them actually really benefited during the COVID period. We had some other associations as well with SAP India in December 2020. And through their SAP Ariba Discovery platform, MSMEs were able to again connect with global customer markets. And then we also tied up with Meesho, and they already have a big customer base across India of 11 crores people. And the benefit that they offered was that MSMEs can actually transact or be part of Meesho platform without having to pay any commission. So that is why we are actively again promoting this portal across the state. Then Just Dial was again another collaboration we had in March 22, in which again it's a listing platform, helps MSMEs become onboarded onto it, and they become discoverable across the country. So now we have today 17,600 MSMEs from Telangana who are already registered onto this platform. So with this brief overview, I would now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Nitin Nair, who is the Senior Vice President for ONDC. You've already probably heard him in the morning. But Nitin has been working with the government of Telangana closely to popularize ONDC network across the state. And he's been actively participating, visiting us many times to conduct various physical and virtual workshops, organized in collaboration with the government and Global Linker. So over to you, Nitin, now.
Thanks, Vatsala. I think I briefly spoke about what is ONDC and how and what we're trying to do, right? So I'm not going to go into the deck, but just trying to condense it all together. It's typically a 1-hour presentation that I condense in about 15 minutes, right? So essentially, as an MSME, what you need to think about it, this is
another market access mode, right? You would build a website, you would probably go to a website enabling platform like Shopify, or you will go to one of the existing platforms. Three broad ways all of you come online, right? So this is probably a fourth way to come online, where you will connect by using technology to the ONDC network and start getting orders. That's the way most companies which have reasonably decent sized tech teams will do. Or you will contract out with one of the seller apps on ONDC who will onboard you by bringing in your catalog, doing the necessary configurations, and then having you online. For example, Global Linker could be the network participant who could help onboard you onto the ONDC network. Right? Once you come on board, a buyer searching on any buyer app for whatever products and services that you wish to sell will have visibility on your product services catalog, and then an order flow will happen. So think of it as a market access channel which enables you to be discoverable by the entire universe of buyers, which continues to grow on the ONDC network. Today we have about 100 million potential customers doing about 1.5 lakh orders a day. As the buyer app ecosystem expands, there will be more and more buyer apps coming in. So that's one way to look at it. The other 2-3 ways that as an MSME you should look at it. The second is we are also doing B2B, right? Which means a lot of the presentation I spoke in the morning largely concentrated on the B2C part of the business, right? That you look at B2C buyers to come in and bespoke buyers buying individual items in small quantities. Versus we've also enabled B2B where you as a MSME can both be visible to customers who will acquire your products in large quantities, and therefore the buying experience is very different there. And you could also become a potential buyer, for example, your raw material inventory. Right? If you have raw material inventory that you use, or if you have stockists, other distribution channels you use, you can also become a buyer trying to source from the ONDC network. Right? Like as the network becomes bigger, you're not just a seller, you're also a potential buyer. Things that you buy across India, say you're a food processing unit, right? You want to buy raw fruits, right? How do you kind of look at FPOs across India, right, as an input to your business, right? Well, you continue to focus on building the food processing unit and the product that you build, but some of your sourcing can come on the network. This is the second use case. In this, we're also, we've just started exports. The first golden transaction happened earlier this month, where we've now started to power exports. So we've onboarded our first international buyer app. It's a Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is the RBI equivalent in Singapore, invested company called Proxera. Proxera is going to bring, for example, demand from Southeast Asia. Like if you are a company that has products that are of interest to buyers in Southeast Asia, right? Proxera is enabling those buyers to find you as a seller, right? So some of the other more nuanced use cases. I would conclude by saying that, over and above what I said earlier, essentially think of what UPI did to payments, ONDC is endeavoring to do to commerce. One big difference, of course, is UPI's payments via, transaction, which means there has to be a goods or a services involved. Everything eventually will be on the ONDC network. It's just the order and the sequence that may vary, right? You may see about 10-15 domains that are live, right? Sorry. So there are about 10 domains live. B2B has 2 domains. We have got financial services, which means things like credit, which is loans, things like insurance, etc. All will also be available on the network. And while there are comparison engines which are very B2C centric, there will also be things that will be slightly more B2B focused, and therefore provide you the opportunity to be again buy stuff that you don't buy online today, right? So broadly B2C, B2B, exports, and the ability for you to become a buyer also, right? That's the broad set of things that at least today we envision as things that MSMEs could benefit from. Of course, depending on your domain, is the domain live today, when is it coming, all of this may vary slightly, but I would urge you, if you're already in a domain that's live, to come on board. Ideally, use one of our seller network participants because that makes you go online quickly. I mean, unless there are any specific challenges, you could be online in a couple of days, right? It's just about building a catalog and then just going live, right? And like I said, you know, and if you're in a domain that's not live, please just keep track of our website. You will hear a lot of public announcements as we do our first transaction. Most domains, you will hear communication from ONDC, and as your domain comes live, please join us. So we look forward to having as many entities from CII Telangana, the MSME entities, joining ONDC network, and you know, getting the best out of it, both as a buyer and as a seller. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Nitin. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Malvika Jaggi, who's Director Global Linker. She has been working with our Industries and Commerce Department for the last 4 years and on initiatives such as Telangana State Global Linker, Kirana Linker, and Made in Telangana Mall. Her enthusiasm and painstaking efforts have helped us in extending digital services to MSMEs across Telangana.
Thank you, Vatsala, for the warm welcome. And a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure you've had a sumptuous lunch, but I think this topic is for business owners like yourself. So, like Vatsala mentioned, this is about Telangana State Global Linker, which is a digital initiative by the Government of Telangana Industries Department. And what does this really do for you? What does it mean for you? Is the fact that think of it like the social media or the new social media for businesses. So there are people interacting about how do I get new raw material, where do I find suppliers, they're engaging with others to appoint agents, to appoint distributors, or even actually just talking about new product launches, new awards that they've won, applying for the government awards as well. So there are over 4 lakh plus MSMEs across the world on the platform, and like Vatsala mentioned, there are 14,000 from Telangana already. But the benefit that you get is that you're not restricted to network with only the Telangana MSMEs. You can build connections and business opportunities across the world. And we're not limited only to India. We have a lot of partners across Bangladesh, a lot of ASEAN countries. Now, what is it that you as a business owner can really look for from this platform? One, the reason it was made by the government of Telangana is so that there is two-way communication between the government as well as with the MSME. So there are a lot of government schemes, policies, updates that you can see. We have a partner called FIO, which is Federation of Indian Export Organizations, where you can see trade alerts as well. If you're interested in exports, you could join their marketplace, which is called Indian Business Portal, which helps you connect all the Indian sellers with foreign buyers. So there are already a lot of matchmaking opportunities that happen on the platform. Having said that, I think one of our core capability and tool that is made for businesses is the online store builder. Now, what does this do? Now, we all have been in traditional businesses and we all now understand the importance of digitizing. But how do you digitize your business? You can't just one fine day go and say, okay, I'll be on Google listed and I've digitized my business. As a buyer or as a consumer, how am I able to discover your business? So either you have a website or that website is also made into an integrated e-commerce store. It's not just information based, but I'm able to transact on that website. So both these capabilities exist on the platform, where you can actually say that this is my catalog, whether B2B, B2C, services, industrial goods, no matter which category type you are in. You can just say that this is what I deal in and create your entire catalog on the platform, absolutely free of cost, powered by the government, with integrated logistics and payment gateway providers. Now, what does this mean for you? So let's say you get an order, you've created your entire store or your e-commerce website or your digital catalog. There are many terms, but you got your first order. You don't have to worry about how do you do the logistics. We have pre-partnered with local, domestic and international partners, right from Dunzo, VFast, VamaShip, ShipMax, ShipLite, as well as international Aramex. And in the payment gateway space, you don't have to worry that, okay, now how will I get my money to my bank, right? So there's already Razorpay, there's CC Avenue, there's EasyPay by ICICI Bank, and there's PayPal, there's Paytm. So you don't have to worry about how will the money reach and how will your product or your service reach the customer. All you need to do is start promoting yourself with just a URL, right? You need to start doing, once you've created your catalog, you need to start sending it across, either in terms of just sharing it with your friends and family, doing social media activities, doing SEO, doing digital marketing, and then start using the power of digital to actually get confirmed orders. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard of the buzz around ONDC, and my friend Nitin has already explained it, but let me just tell you in a layman term what this will help you in your business. Like we've used UPI, like I might want to send money to my friend here and I'm able to do it just via using UPI on any, let's say PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay. Similarly, ONDC is doing that for e-commerce. Now what does that mean? I am a seller on Global Linker, which means I've created my digital catalog and you are a buyer on Paytm, Flipkart, whichever buyer app is there on ONDC. The transaction is smooth and the buyer doesn't know that he is transacting from a seller on Global Linker. Now, how does that help you? You don't have to go and onboard yourself on various seller apps. You just have one dashboard. You've created your website and you've onboarded yourself onto ONDC, who has done the work of getting you buyer apps, right? And that of course gets you a lot of confirmed orders as well. So, this is what I wanted to share with you about the platform. I think what you need to do next is just the fact of going on to Google, looking up Telangana State Global Linker. Given that there are so many different services and offers and range of capabilities that exist today, it will be overwhelming for you to hear all of it. But I think right from partnering with, for legal services, we have Vakil Search. For accounting, we have Tally. So it's basically a 360 approach in having you as a business not feel lonely. We know it can be very lonely as a business. You don't know where to start. There are many services existing and you don't know how to deal with them in terms of getting a pre-negotiated offer. So we've done all that for you so that you can just go back and concentrate on things that you really need to. For example, let's say you're in the B2B space and you're a manufacturer, you have 100 distributors, these distributors have about 1,000 retailers each. Even this entire supply chain is digitized on the platform today, which means that you as a manufacturer can actually set customized minimum order quantities, customized credit limit, or even discounts. Okay, so that's the power of being on the digital space. I think it's a matter of everybody now trying it out. So I urge you to start doing that. Again, if you'd like to be on ONDC as well, you could do it via Telangana State Global Linker, which is powered by the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malvika. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. N. Sudhir Babu, who is CEO Beanfield Tech Private Limited. Mr. Sudhir comes from a technology background. His company is working closely with MSMEs to help them get off ground once their product is market ready. And he's also currently working with startups from our government-supported incubators like T-Hub and V-Hub.
Hello, everybody. So before I get started, I'll just tell you a little bit about my own journey because almost 23 years back, I was a student in the US and I decided I'm going to open my first e-commerce site as well. So this was in the early days of e-commerce. Very excitedly, I ordered some jackets from India, set up my e-commerce website because I'm from a technical background. So early days, Amazon was just getting some traction at that time. The very first, among the first 5 orders I got, I was very, very excited. I noticed there was an order where I was asked to ship to Indonesia. The card was from Hong Kong, and it appeared that somebody from the US had placed the order. Collected the money, sent the order. Then I'm very happy that things were going on, business was growing, until I got my first chargeback. That's when I realized e-commerce, now things have changed quite a bit, but there's a lot of challenges for MSMEs. You may understand your product, but there is a complete breadth of things you need to consider. Fraud, how do you grow? You understand your product, but how do you do digital marketing? What actually works? Do you want to take your product outside of India? What are the challenges involved? Within India, the logistics. Outside India, what are the custom rules? All these kind of things are there. I learned quite a bit with my first e-commerce experience. Graduated, I started running data centers. So we were managing thousands and thousands of websites. We were a fairly large data center in the US. This is where, again, I got additional experience. A lot of our clients were e-commerce. They were trying to get set up, trying to manage everything. What I noticed is clients, at least the clients that I was getting, they understand the product, but everything else is foreign to them. Technology is new. They don't understand, okay, I've got this product, how do I get people to know me? Okay. When I was coming to India, one thing that struck me was China had Alibaba. We didn't have anything similar. India Mart was kind of like the closest. Okay. When ONDC was announced, it was very exciting, because what I noticed is, as I keep traveling back and forth, India actually is now more on the forefront. It used to be that we were trying to catch up. Every time I came to India, we used to have those modems, the beep, 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 and trying to connect. Now our speeds are good. We have UPI, GPay. I'm noticing that our systems are getting more sophisticated than the ones I'm seeing in US, Canada. That we are definitely on par, but we are doing things that are very, very unique, which, when I think the currency, when all the notes were cancelled and everything, people were wondering what the hell is going on. But now, it's very rare that I actually need cash. All these things together, I got together with a few of my friends, colleagues. We were looking at what the challenges are. What are the challenges? What can we see? Any business to be successful, you need to identify a problem and you need to solve the problem. And there must be enough demand for you to solve the problem. What we noticed is most of the MSMEs, they were completely lost. For them, it was like, okay, I'm used to my stores. How do I get my product online? What is this online? Some language sometimes was a barrier. See, all of us here, we are very comfortable with English. But that's not always the case. We have fantastic products, but they don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to bring it in front of audience, whether it was in India or even globally. Okay. Not every product, we have consulted hundreds and hundreds of companies. What we decided was we set up a company which brought everything together, sort of like a very smaller global linker, where we are saying we are going to help you. You focus on your product. We are going to take care of the rest. Okay. We are going to, if you take up your product, it means we believe in your product. We are going to help you. Where, not all products, quite frankly, are going to be successful in the global market. Okay. One of the first questions I used to ask was, how are you doing against the Chinese? This was some years back, but okay, you have a product. Okay, it's a good product. Can you compete with the Chinese? Okay, otherwise, how do we take it to the US and how do we help you there? Lot of MSMEs, the problems that they're facing, first thing obviously is they understand the core technology, but sometimes they don't have money. If they are able to find sources of money, they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we use the money? It's not enough to just have money. You need to use it efficiently. How do I set up, who's going to take care of the technology? Who is, what about customer service? How do I handle social media? How do I handle, do I need, spend huge amounts of money on Google Ads? What actually works? How do I know, okay, if I spend money here, it's a much better solution for me than spending it elsewhere. So the common problems, lack of access to finance, limited technological adaptation, inadequate skilled workforce. When you're a small company, you can't hire the best. You wish you could, but the reality is they cost money. It's better to come in and instead of getting somebody full-time, getting in the expertise that you need from a company that is going to do these things for you, that is going to partner with you, rather than treat you as a vendor. The other one would be regulatory compliance. The fifth one, limited market access to information, to marketing, to supply chain, even understanding where the technology is going. In US and Canada, what I see they have a limited workforce. So what they do is they focus more on kind of do it yourself. You have your Shopify, you have WooCommerce, you have Wix, you have a number of technologies. But the thing is, you have to sit down and do it. Here we have a lot of people, and I often found that even people from US and Canada, they're like, you know what? Yes, they're making it simple. Yes, I know it's click, drag, drop, whatever it is. But the thing is, I still need to learn these things. And it takes time for me to learn these things. I wish somebody else would just do it for me. It doesn't matter to me. I want to focus on my business. I want somebody else to take care of all the other problems. So most of the solutions, see, with ONDC, with Global Linker, we are coming up with solutions. What is exciting for me is that India is actually going to potentially make a change. I've seen Amazon, one of the things, I don't know how many people know this, but Amazon also has Cloudtail. Do many of you know about Cloudtail? So what Amazon does is, see, you have a lot of SMMEs going in. What you're doing is you're feeding a huge amount of data to Amazon. They also have their own retail arm, Cloudtail. If the product is selling very well, they will sell it through Cloudtail, which means they will essentially, in the long run, what I was noticing was that MSMEs are going to get wiped out. Wiped out not completely, but you understand. All the most profitable products, unless you're in a very niche market, is going to be taken over by the Flipkart, which also has a retail arm, Amazon through Cloudtail. When I was looking at all this, I was wondering, okay, what is the solution for it? We can't have everybody just disappear and just, everything being focused only on one company or two companies. I think ONDC is a fantastic solution for that. It needs to get some traction, but I'm seeing that out of India, what is really exciting for me is so many solutions are coming out that's on the cutting edge. And hopefully we will become the country that decides, where the next Amazons and everybody is going to come from. That's pretty much it. If there's any other questions, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I go to Oak Ridge International School in Hyderabad. I'm in 11th MPC, and I've actually written a book for ISF. It's a book on quantum physics, astrophysics, and engineering. I've been writing a book for the past 3 years. I've compiled scientific studies, lectures, author journals, author biographies, and different theorems from across about 50 to 60 years, and I've compiled all of them into my book. I've actually published it last month. It's called Unveiling the Cosmic Symphony. With the book, I plan on getting it published in scientific journals, scientific research, biologies, and different scientific, basically different scientific catalogs. I want to put the extract of my book and everything I've written into maybe college studies as well. I've actually been contacting Caltech, Stanford, Harvard professors about this. In general, I want to be a physicist, so I've been working on God equations and superstring theory to create a unified framework. I've been researching unified frameworks. So in the future, I'd love to develop and work on unified frameworks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the day 3 of India Startup Festival 2023, and I have a very special guest with me today, who's Abhirami Sukumaran, who's the developer advocate at Google and also a mentor with startups. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Major. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and additionally, I also mentor startups as part of Google Startup Accelerator program. From a technology perspective, I do that as part of my role as well. So that's a little bit about me.
So you are today here at the roundtable. Just share a little bit about your experience. What was the key takeaway for you from the startup? All those people who stalwarts who come from in different capacities who were at the roundtable.
I should say I was overwhelmed with the amount of experience, and majority of them were serial entrepreneurs. Some of their ventures are startups. Some of their ventures are already very well established businesses. So it was really a lot of stuff to learn from their experience, predominantly in the areas of what kind of customer experience is required and how to scale for startups, and also like skill and how do they scale their skill set, their resources, how they maintain it. So all those things were very interesting for me from different industries and backgrounds as well. There was obviously very hyper local industry like agriculture specific to India, and there were industries ranging from beauty, cosmetics, and security and all such areas. So that was very interesting for me. And one other thing which was fascinating was how every industry today is able to use technology and AI to grow from where they are to take that leap with their businesses. So that was exciting.
Very true. So we've been hearing this through the event, through the festival. As a mentor yourself, you mentor startups. What has been your experience in the since you started? What kind of progress have you seen among startups when it comes to use of technology and especially AI?
That's been a very interesting experience for me, working or interacting with startups, because they are starting from, there are different range of startups. Some already know what exactly they want. Some envision a future with certain specific technology, and there are some who don't know what they want. So I learned from people who already know and already are right there, and they just come in for, hey, I have a few questions, will this work with this, how do I integrate this? Mostly all from technology perspective is what I mentor them on. So particularly Google Cloud specific topics, and I predominantly focus on databases and that area, AI, ML. So around data and databases and use of machine learning, use of technology for doing data analytics and all. So I take that experience from people who are already established and startups who know what they're doing and how it adds value, and also engage them or encourage them to fix certain things that they are having gaps with, and also showing them opportunities to integrate their existing solutions. That way they eliminate the waste and use only focus on the things that they really need to grow their business. And I use that experience and I use that knowledge with people who are still discovering what they want, and also with the startups who are white paper. They know they have the business idea, but from a technology perspective, they get fascinated by the things that technology provides. For example, Google Cloud in the different services that we have, they get excited about, oh, I can do this with BigQuery, I can do this with the Vision API. Oh, I want to read video, I want to be able to extract details or insights or metrics from my video, images. So that kind of excites them. So different kind of audience. So yeah, that has been the experience for me so far.
So in that capacity, I'm sure startups have benefited from your understanding, your knowledge and experience with technology. Has it been for you also learning from the startup and taking it into your profession?
Definitely, because the kind of challenges, technological and platform challenges that startups face can easily, if you think startup in a way is, if you're running a project in a big organization, for example, if it's your brainchild, if it's your idea, you're pitching your idea to your leadership and they accept it and they say, go run it, here is your team. It is very similar to running a startup, except that there you'll have the approval and you're guided and you're funded or sponsored, I should say, by your leadership. And in startups, it is, you're doing it, but with external folks to begin with, right? So it's very much there is so much to learn, and definitely how they are looking at things and how they scale things, or what are the opportunities that lie ahead of them, is something that I always learn from. Yeah, it has been a thorough learning experience for me.
So India Startup Festival, how has that been for you? I know you come today for the event.
Yeah.
So far, whatever you've seen, experienced, can you share your thoughts about it?
Definitely. So I just came in here for the third day of the event, and I'm, like I said before, it was overwhelming for me to see the place itself is gigantic. It's happening here in the outskirts of Bangalore, so it's a huge space, and there are so many booths with startups and other sponsors who are pitching, who are talking about that to people who are walking around. And for me, it's one, overwhelming, and two, a lot of networking experience, a lot of connections with people, both from a technology perspective and also it's really fun. There were a few colleges who have this incubation center, or they have this innovation wing. This college from Chandigarh, I forget the name of the college, but it's really interesting that they have the final year of the college dedicated for doing startups or building ideas. So I found that very intriguing, because that should be the way. That's the way forward for India. That's like building for India, grooming them then and there and allowing them the opportunity. I think most universities should start doing that if that is that way. Correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah. And the ideas that they have, it's amazing. I don't want to talk about their ideas for them, but definitely very fun ideas, like customized. I mean, I don't want to talk about the ideas, but it's really fun. I enjoyed every single moment of it.
And finally, any advice you have from a technology standpoint for the startups? About what should they see in coming time, or what should they start doing now to be there with the technology?
This is one thing that I always emphasize. So there is a thin line between ideation or execution is always a contemplation for startups or anyone who has an idea. People always, I can only speak from the technology perspective because I am not an entrepreneur myself. I work, but then ideation is where people keep grinding their ideas and talking to people about it, which is good. But at some point, you've got to start executing, and you have to start somewhere, from a technology perspective at least. And yes, don't jump straight into building your product, straight into writing the code for the product if it involves technology, your business. Always, it is important to have a balance between ideation and to do the design considerations, design discussions, see what kind of data you're using, how else can I pivot it? Like, what is the future? 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, a quarter, half a year, or a year, or 3 years. Just have a plan for all the things that you could do with the data that you have right now. And you might be even creating data out of your business, which might be looking like it's waste of storage, but think about the ways that you can repurpose that into your own business or pivot into something that could be useful. And also do all the design considerations for applications or database or whichever data that you're building and storing, and make sure you think about the security perspective, privacy, regulatory requirements, and everything. Think about all the design considerations, and then rinse and repeat and build your product, and not build, before finalize your architecture. And one important thing is, I would say, after you rinse and repeat and do this brainstorming within your team, whether it's a one-person team or a big team that you have, make sure you identify the things that you don't need, because majority of the time, startups or any project gets stuck or gets fascinated by all the things that you can use. But make sure that you are using the things that you need, not really just because it's there. So that will save a lot of effort, resources, and cost as well. So yeah, that's one thing I would.
So would you say at what stage technology should start becoming part of a startup? At what stage? Because very early stage startups probably don't have the kind of funding required, and there also, are there anything that they can tap into as a free resource where they can use the technology? And more importantly, at what stage? At a very early stage, after reach a certain level of traction, what would you suggest as a technology person? How would you suggest? What would you suggest?
So you would know right off the start whether your business is going to involve technology or not. If it is not a tech product or a tech startup, let's say if it's in some other field, but still if there is room for technology, think about it alongside your idea. It has to come from the beginning. You can't just plug it.
That into your...
Yeah. Even if you don't have funding for it right now, think about what all you can do to prototype it with free resources, or like the Google for Startups accelerator programs. If you have an idea and you have a vision for it, just try out those things. That will allow you to see what are the resources out there that are. Just go and check the websites of these programs, and just see what resources you can tap into to equip yourself with prototypes, to equip yourselves with applications. And not that you have to build all those things day zero, but at least think about it from the beginning. From beginning is what I would say.
So MyStartupTV is a media house for startups, and we provide 360-degree coverage, an exclusive media house. What do you think about the work we're doing?
I really love the concept. With media and news and information being digitized, I think that's the way to go. Definitely. I mean, I'm really excited about that. It's nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My name is Ajay Tiwari and I am the CEO of Happy Locate.
Hi, my name is Sainad. I'm the CBO of Happy Locate.
Tell us about what the company is all about.
Wonderful. I would love to talk about it. So Happy Locate is in fact India's first tech platform for any corporates to automate their employee relocation management. So amongst 14.5 lakh corporates in this country, we are the only option for any corporate who wants to automate and manage their employee relocations. And people can come and they can also book services like packing, moving service, your house search assistance and pet relocations, all on a single platform. So that's what we do.
14 lakh, that's a huge number, isn't it? And there's no competition. How how do you keep yourself up to the challenge because you need competition?
This is the, I think it's an interesting question, by the way. So out of 14 lakh corporates, right, I think relocation as a service had been there for decades. And there have been traditional solutions available in the market. What is required with the changing new age CHROs and the talent and the new talent is something which is related to which can make their experience better through technology which can be tracked. And this is something that we are doing now. While we rely on a lot of reliable or genuine packers most on the ground or service partners on the ground, and something which had been motivating us to go one notch upper every time is the technological intervention that we are bringing to make sure the relocations on our platform are better, faster and more affordable.
How has been this event for you as a company and personally, your thoughts?
I personally would say it's great. People from diverse profiles is what I could see. Not just the corporate side, but also a lot of people from the entrepreneur, from the investment community. It's, I would say, a proper hub for any business to come and grow. Not just the investment, not just the mentorship, but also a lot of peer talking about their own experience of how they're built. I really liked it, honestly. I love the platform out here.
I started the channel for startups, notable like you. We provide exclusive coverage. What do you both think? I want yours and then yours.
So, I think off late, if you see right now, startup, the word startup or entrepreneurship as a profession, I think this is something which is picking up very fast. I think back then when we started, when we were graduating from colleges, right, I think there were very few entrepreneurs, seniors who had started their startups, but now I think this is a new, it's a new age employment is happening, and I think startup, while the word startup has been there in the industry, I think that comes with innovation. Innovation is something which can change the future. Correct? I think and MyStartupTV, I think covering a lot of the startups and sharing their innovative journey or products with the larger masses, and that's a great initiative by you both.
I would just say, I think you guys are appearing everywhere with the kind of color combo that you're wearing. That's on a lighter side. But on the larger startup, I think this is what it is. The world is about the change, accepting the change, innovating, and that's what startups do. The good thing is that I think that's coming in the DNA of the new generation, which is good. But I always, when asked, what is one piece of suggestion that you would always like to give people is, hey, don't start it as a part-time, don't start as one of the options. I think when it's a mission of your life, when you're completely clear about the vision is where you should step in. But I think that's the world all about. And if you are covering that piece, I think you're very updated and you're doing a great job.
In fact, I think OTT platform for startup, right? I think it's something different. I think never ever people would or thoughts saying that hey, we should start something OTT for startups, and that too you are giving a free subscription for a year. I think that's a wonderful concept to promote startups. Correct? I think keeping promotion as a major agenda than making profits. I think that's hats off to the entire team.
You should stay in touch. I think when we both start investing, you never know, we would be interested in buying some shares for you. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Thanks.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023, day 2, and I have two lovely guests with me from the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Martha and also Altaf. So welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with you. Tell us about London Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
So Thank you very much. We are so happy to be here. It's such a tremendous opportunity, really, to be part of the Startup Festival. So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come to India. So, at the London Chamber of Commerce, we are there to connect, to support businesses. Business representing London, the global London as a gateway to the UK, and working with our members. And also working with members who are not just in London, but actually overseas, and hence the importance of this festival. With us here is Altaf. He represents one of our member companies. We are here at the festival with 12 other members, and we're here really to connect businesses.
So, Altaf, as a member company, could you throw some light on how it benefited you, for the benefit of others out there, to get a step into the UK market?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, MajorSunilShetty. I think it's a privilege to represent the voice of the customer, because when you're new in London, especially businesses like ours, we've only moved into London a couple of years ago. There's so much of the London infrastructure that is available to those who know